Hello there. Good afternoon. Welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Thursday, 17th of August 2023, and we're back for a second session of Oxygen Not Included. I had fun in the first one. I figured we'd carry on. We're doing a bit of a casual, very easy mode kind of thing, which I guess is my style in general, but I thought might be helpful in terms of trying to learn stuff about the game. There's a lot of different mechanics, a lot of different systems at play. I didn't want to switch any of them off, so they're all on, just on super duper easy mode. So hopefully we get an opportunity to see a whole bunch of stuff. I think in the first session we've managed to build some things that are interesting, maybe using some outdated information maybe from when I've played years ago, a small amount. So hopefully over the course of today and maybe future sessions we can learn a bit more, make things a bit more efficient, tidy them up, who knows. But it's still an interesting game. We draw a lot of comparison with RimWorld, and I think that's fair. They're very similar games, and I'm concerned that everything that bothered me in that game is going to bother me in this one as well, but I guess we'll try and give it a fair shot despite that. Let's hop back in to our little world, get things unpaused, and try and catch up with whatever we were halfway through. Right, farming is significant. I think we want to consider food today. I'd also quite like to look at ranching at some point soon, see if we can work out how it works and then use it to make something useful. I'm particularly thinking of coal to feed the coal generators. We took quite a long look at hydrogen generation. I was hoping to use it to power the base. It seems like that's not really viable. It's a reasonable way of making lots of oxygen, but not a good way of making hydrogen for power or, electricity. The loop is a bit expensive, which is a shame, but there we go. At least we found a reasonable way of making oxygen to keep everyone breathing. Not a complete waste of time. And probably some way we could tidy this up. The generator should be constantly running, in that this is supposed to be generating enough hydrogen to keep it constantly running. I don't know. For now, it's not causing any problems, I don't think, so we can kind of leave it to it and benefit from the oxygen, which looks pretty healthy, except for where we're pumping out carbon dioxide. Seems fine. What have we just researched? Metal tiles. Sure, I wanted them because they said they were faster to run on, but we need to refine metal to get there, which, who knows how that works. This is powered by 1.2 kilowatts, so it needs like its own power network just to refine metal with. It's going to take a lot of resources that I don't think we have, so we may need to continue working on our power income as a priority, first of all, and then look at refining metal down. It says it significantly heats and outputs liquid piped into it. I'm not quite sure what that means. Has a liquid intake and output. I guess different recipes, different metals may require different things putting in and out of it. Don't know. Including, liquid. Might be necessary to process some things, I guess. Curious. So our coal generators are fueling all the pumps, which I know there's like a smart system, right? This automation system. Kind of need to unlock more of that. I'd love a way to not be constantly burning coal if we don't need to move the water. So at the moment, it's not moving anywhere. Nothing's really consuming it. A tiny bit is going into to watering the plants. Could set up a separate network that keeps them going, and then the bathrooms only need the water pumping every now and then, I guess. And the skimmer only needs water pumping if it's actively skimming, which I'm sure we could use some system of sensors to control that. I think. We'll see. We still have this geyser back here producing hot water that I want to build something around. The general idea was to play around with the steam turbine power generator, which we haven't unlocked yet, and we need to refine the metal first before we can, and so on and so on. But we might want to prepare something there for that. Don't know. And I think we kind of want to build up more as well. It'd be nice perhaps if we gave them their own bedrooms. I know it's probably a better way of finding this information, but they're gaining 1 morale from sleeping in a barracks. So like having a room for sleeping in is giving them a morale. I think if we give them their own room, it's just their bed and doors or walls around it, they'll get even more morale, which would be a good thing. So if we spread the people around a bit more and give them more space each, that could benefit perhaps. How could we do that? We had bed, wall. Is there a planning mode? I don't think there is. Just draw something but not have them do it. I guess I can pause, draw it and cancel it before I unpause. So I had a bed there and that side. It doesn't fit great in this layout to have a double wall there. So you can fit 4 in the room but with a really weird layout. Yeah. Don't love that. If you did that, one of them gets a bigger bedroom. Maybe unfair. Don't know if they'll fight over that, but they'll let us fit 4 in a cell. Currently got 6 people. We could go to 8 if we allowed them 2 cells. If we want to expand to the north, we need to concern ourselves with a pod of uranium ore. I have no idea what concern we need to have for that. Whether we can just mine it out and job done, or whether the radiation of it might cause issues. Don't know. We did successfully wall in this chlorine gas. So if we want to expand further north, we just need to be careful about how we do that. The bleach stone is producing it, right? Yeah, it emits chlorine, which I'm sure is a useful thing in some contexts, but if we want the space, we're going to need to be careful how we mine that out and deal with that. Interesting. I don't think we can go down much further without hitting the same problems, so I don't think it matters which direction we go. Probably going to want to build here pretty soon, so we need to deal with this polluted water and polluted oxygen and stuff around here. Equally awkward. Sure. As ever, there's a lot going on. I don't really know where to start. I think building out upwards is a good thing. Making some more rooms to do food production, dining room, bedrooms, that kind of thing. So let's give them the instruction to build out where we can. So that I'm not going to do yet until I work out what we're going to do with that uranium. We'll do another one up though. So that, I want to dig out above it as well. Oh, that water's going to be an issue then. That is sand, so that's going to drop if I dig what's underneath it. A little awkward. But we'll work this out. Really we just want to, I guess, drop that water into one of our tanks. Either one of them, and it'll process it through them. But if we could find a safe way of just dripping it in, or making it flood in or something, that would be good. I did see, in the back of my mind caught this, we do have skill points available, and morale is relatively high. With some people. So why is Ari not happy? They haven't taken a shower. Everyone who's having a shower is happy. It's interesting that it's not very consistent. There's plenty of showers and water available. They can all have a shower. I don't know why they wouldn't. Maybe we need to allow them more time in their bathroom break. Maybe, don't know. In any case, Quinn is happy because of showering, and we could give them corium mining. They would gain 4 morale need because it's a tier 4 skill. Gain 1 morale because they want to learn it. That doesn't really seem worth it. Until we actually hit some corium, which from the sounds of it will be in the core of the planetoid, I don't think we need to give them that. There's not much else worth giving them. Otto could take astronomy, but again, we haven't reached the surface to do any telescoping with, so what's the point? Lyra has their construction skills, is interested in tinkering. Machinery bonus could be worth it, especially if we're looking to make more machinery, like smelting metal into stuff. assume that's a machine. Could be wrong. It's slightly premature, and they haven't showered, so they don't really want to do that. Gossman has all the farming and is then interested in research, so like we have enough. One person doing research at the moment's enough, so I think we leave that. Ren is new, I guess. Was going to be a chef, yeah. Oh, and a rancher. Okay, good. So we have I would like to put them into ranching and do some ranching. Unfortunately, the level 1 farming they're not interested in. They're just interested in ranching. So they're going to gain a morale need and not gain a morale. But for whatever reason, they're fine with that. I guess the morale need is only coming from skill, so because they're new, that's perfectly safe. For now, they're just a little farmer. They're going to become a rancher. Cool. Anything else to do? We could have someone do some research. Might be nice just to give them some time to, I don't know, tidy things up, get things organised. Has all the coal been put in the coal bin now? Kind of looks like it has. The hydrogen generation seems to be doing better than it was a second ago, which is nice. All this storage is full as well, apart from... well, the seeds we've moved, right, they're up here now. Apparently not, that's agriculture. That's seeds, okay, yeah, so that could be something else that we have an excess of. Dirt, maybe? Organic, we're probably going to move other stuff around. Let's make that dirt. And they can tidy up some more of that, if they have time, when they get time. We have someone who can mine the abyssalite, so we are capable of mining this out. I just don't know what the consequence is. There is radiation being generated here. In the middle, it's making a barely safe level, 133 rads per cycle, whatever that means. Mostly safe, barely safe. So if we mine it up, my assumption is that the mined ore is going to generate the radiation. And if we put it into a storage tank, that's going to generate radiation, which could be a good thing. You need radiation for research at the next level, I think, from what we've seen. So, might not be a terrible thing, but I'm not sure if we're just ready for it. I guess we just mine it up and find out. Worst case scenario, everybody dies and we start a new colony. It's not, you know, I hate that. Obviously I hate that, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Crystal blossoms are growing. Third of the way done. Our food's a bit low. It's kind of concerning. Should be okay, I hope. Until we get our first harvest of berries. I guess we'll see. Oh, we have printables. Bit early for another person, but I could go for it. I could go for another digger machine operator. That doesn't seem bad. What would the ideal be at the moment? Got the rancher. Actually, a digger machine operator seems like a pretty good. Grub fruit might be nice. Although I think we have some seeds or have read what it does already and I didn't love it. The other guys are too spread out with their stuff and what's going on with them. Cannot attack is fine. Has medical stuff but no interest in it. They've got pretty high interests here. 5 strength, 3 agriculture is not bad. And increased husbandry, but we've already got a ranch and I don't think we need 2 yet. Let's get Ellie. Digging and operating is just universally useful. Oh, they have +4 machinery from interest and -3 machinery from Luddite. So they wouldn't actually be that good at machinery. 4 is, as it says, double the digging speed. Germ resistant, it's nice. Just, they're only good at digging. We do a lot of digging. We're always going to do a lot of digging. And they can help with other stuff. I'm going to get them anyway. We're going to go for it. There's a new person, and they're new. They can take hard digging straight away. That's fine. We don't currently have a bed for them. That room is full. I don't love the idea of how they were going to be laid out, but it would be okay. Let's work out what's going where. On the right-hand edge, we've got the farm. The we might need more than one, but we have a farm. We could do ranching above that. Then in the middle we'll have a dining room, or a kitchen, food storage and cooking, and then a dining room above it. So maybe we, on the left-hand edge, we have beds all the way up. Not all the way up, but you know, a couple of rooms worth on the left-hand edge. We could go further over as well. So it could be here and here. There seems, you know, the space before we hit the slime, I think, to do one more room there, maybe. Be close. Could give it a go. Or for now, it could just be those two. That'll be fine. Let's do that. Let's get... so to separate the rooms out, I want air to flow between them. Definitely. Liquid, it doesn't really matter. Is there a cost difference here? Airflow costs 100 metal. Mesh costs 100 metal. Might as well be airflow then, that's the most relevant. Do that. They'll want doors to classify it as a room, I'm sure. That seems okay. We could put the... so the room that's slightly bigger could have the gas vent in the corner of it. Pumping oxygen in. It's a good thing. Yeah, I think that's good. Also, do like the idea of opening the base up more so that the gases flow more freely everywhere, not just up and down. We did kind of go back and forth on that a few times, but I think I'm going to go ahead and we'll have airflow tiles in the floor as well. That's evenly spaced and reasonable looking. Not great, but it'll do. Just do the same in the ceiling. And we'll start doing this in all the rooms where airflow is good, you know, where we don't want to lock down the airflow. Furniture. Do we have better beds? We have the ladder bed. Needs refined metal, so we can't do that. Not sure it's better anyway. To be sleeping on a ladder that people are going up and down. What does it say? This is 100 stamina per cycle, 25 health per cycle, run speed minus 25. The sleep will be interrupted if someone uses the ladder. Yeah, we don't want that. We really don't want that. It reduces their run speed as well. Oh, on that bit of ladder, that's fine. The actual effect's the same as a regular cot. So do you get a better bed? I'm sure you must. It can't be the regular cot forever. Where would that be? Colony development, maybe? Anything here look like a bed? Not really. Life support. Notification. No. None of that looks like a bed. Radiation medicine. Has sick bay. It's not really a bed. Diagnostic and radiation protection. Sure. Not what I'm after. Not really a liquid or a gas thing, unless it's a liquid bed, maybe. Could be a thing. Transit tubes I'm very interested in, but we'll... that'll be a later thing. Oh, maybe it's a decor thing. Yeah, decoration. A loom. A comfy bed. There we go. Okay. Home luxuries. Sure, that makes sense. A faster ladder. Love that. Plastic tile, similar to the metal, is faster to run on. Upgrade snazzy suits into primo garb. Sure. Whatever a snazzy suit is. I'm assuming that, yeah, a comfy bed is better. We can research it. I doubt we can make it. It's in a block with a bunch of plastic stuff, so I assume we need plastic to do that. But hey, why don't we research and find out? Then we could research some of the artsy stuff. I think the next person we want to recruit is someone who can do good art. If we get that option, you know. A beach chair. Interesting. Windows. Nice. Sun lamps. Cool. And then arty stuff. Okay. And automation stuff is down here. Maybe we'll unlock some of that afterwards as well, as it does interest me. Cool. Gamer Empire, hello. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. I am going to put a cot in that room for now for our new person, and hopefully that keeps them happy temporarily. Do I have the DLC? Yes. So we have the spaced out DLC installed, active, but the world generation we went with on this is the classic style. So it's not the DLC styled planet, it's the classic style. I'm not sure on all the details on that. I think it just means it's kind of bigger. But anything else the DLC adds is active. I don't know what that is, but we've seen a few things in the research tree. If it's got that yellow band in the corner, it means the DLC added it. So all the kind of spacefaring technologies have that little marker on them. Various things we have unlocked are part of it, so yeah, it is definitely there and working. Still having trouble with the pressure of the gases. Interesting. Use mods or not? No mods on this run. I haven't played a lot before, so this is kind of like about learning the vanilla game, or the game with the DLC, I suppose. Learning how it works, how the mechanics work, and what's going on. Later on in the run, when I'm more comfortable with the game's normal mechanics, I might add mods. There's some things I know are going to bother me that I'll probably look for mods that fix. Power consumption is going to be one of those I might like to change a lot. So I'm already getting that itch to go and install some, but at the moment this is no mods installed. Can I see gas density? I don't think I can. No, never mind. Oxygen wise it's all good up here though. Just tempted to move one of these vents higher up just to spread it out, but I think it won't make any real difference. We'll leave it for now. Not a lot of power mods, that's a shame. It's got the same issue that I had with playing RimWorld, where the balance between production and consumption is, I don't know, very, very small. You don't produce a lot and you do consume a lot very easily. I think I might have more fun if we just like halved the amount of power that things consumed, so you could plug more in or something. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. You know, we've still got to learn. Like I say, first step is learn about the power systems before deciding I don't like them. If we learn about them all and I still don't like it, then we look at modding. So the coal down here has run out. I guess that means someone gets an errand? No. No one has been told to come and put coal in the generator. Interesting. Is that perhaps because the battery is full enough, so this network doesn't need more, maybe? Potentially. I would have expected, because there's no coal in here, and there is coal stored nearby, someone would have been given a job to come and fill it up. But I guess we'll keep half an eye on that and see when they do come and fill it up. That's all fine. We can give a bit more. The dividers in this room as well. Ready to move those beds in. Have a mod that lets you plan things out before you do it. That's helpful, actually. I know a lot of games just kind of have that built in. I'm surprised that it doesn't have it built in, but that is kind of nice to be able to just draw, you know, like pictures and patterns or whatever, without them actually trying to build it. There's no like, yeah, all they really needed was a priority 0, you know, like don't do this kind of thing. Would be nice, but yeah, you're right. I think that's a helpful thing to have. They're not mining that because they can't get to the top of the ladder, so we need to deal with this water. Although that fertilizer is blocking it in. Still. What should we do? We just want to funnel it. It's neat, clean water. I don't know if it's germy, but that doesn't matter, but it isn't. So if we dropped it down the shaft here and just temporarily put in some tiles like that. If we need to get around, people can, but they shouldn't need to. Oh, they can't get into that room, but it's only temporary, so it lives. We'll block that off and then we'll funnel that water down and it'll go into the water storage. Hopefully. When people aren't on break time, I guess. Let's speed up to super speed like normal. So maybe we should be heading to the east and uncovering these things, don't know. Very interested in going up to the ice biome. We can take advantage of the coldness up there, maybe. There's no rush, but I know that we need to concern ourselves with the heat of our electrolyzer. It is generating like 75-degree heat. No, that's its overheat. Not sure what it's generating, but it's hot. It's like 41 in there at the moment, and it's just going to keep going up unless we do something to cool it down. So we need to do something to cool that down at some point in the future before the entire base overheats. We have unlocked carpeted tile, drywall. Oh, it's like a backing wall, I see. So if we get to a point in the world where there's no backing wall, we can drywall it in. Cool. Cool. And the textile loom's going to make textiles to make clothes with, I guess. We did see... It's these guys, right? The Drecos? They can make wool. Yeah, they're shearable fibres if you put them in hydrogen. Oh, which these guys are. Interesting. Potentially. They're done. Okay, so if we mine that out, we can hopefully deal with that. In fact, just mine all that out so it's a flat floor and it all flows. Used for building in space. Makes sense. Because there wouldn't be a background up there. I guess that's the only place. Everything underground has a background, right? From what I've seen. So just when you get to the top, you can build buildings up there if you drywall them. I don't know how far away that is. We could just dig a big old ladder all the way up and find out, but I don't know. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. Interesting. Not what I expected to happen with that water, but interesting to see. A lot of it's running, but then it's reached here and it's dripping, rather than continuing to fall, which is unusual. Perhaps because the ladder's there or something, it just looks a bit weird. But sure, that looks like a big blob that should be dropping all the way. It's got down to the bottom here, along with a bit of sand. And then, like, it's running in, but it's built a little stack. Maybe it is because of the ladder that it's behaving weird. But it's built a stack of water that's then backed up to this level and flooded all the way across it, dripped all the way down, and made a mess. So not exactly what I wanted, but interesting nevertheless how those mechanics have not really worked at all. Start mopping this up where we can. Oh well. It's also more water than I was expecting. That's it's filled our pool in a lot more than I thought it would. Slightly concerning. Okay for now. Work out how we get more space in there at some point. Let them mop all that up before we get rid of those tiles. Everything's dripped. No, tiny bit there still. But that's fine. That has cleared that out of our way, which is good. Looks like there we could build another room. Don't need to. Oh, there's a hatch. Usually I just kill them, but he is kind of trapped in there, which is interesting. And I'm interested in ranching them to get coal. So maybe we set up a ranch next and try and get that hatch into it, if we can if we can work out how they work. We'll look at that in a second. More mopping to be done there. There's a bit of water there that's got stuck as well as part of this, but we'll deconstruct those. Put the ladder back. And, you know, tidy that up generally. What has a weird way of working. Yeah, it's an interesting... A lot of the game physics, you wouldn't necessarily call it realistic, but it is trying, I guess, in some ways. It's interesting, like the water flows, but then sometimes it just doesn't quite flow right. Or how I would expect, perhaps. Don't know. It's interesting, get used to it, I'm sure. Okay, that research gave us plastic ladder, plastic tile, which do need plastic, yeah. Gave us the comfy bed, which, yeah, needs plastic. The bonus is you sleep twice as fast in it, and it adds decoration. So, nice, but we don't have plastic. There's the clothing thing. In theory, we can get plastic. It's in materials, I guess. Nope. Superheated forging. Pressurized forging, no. Not there. Is there a search? Can I just put plastic? That is not plastic. There it is. Where are we? In power. Sure. Converts petrol into plastic and extracts crude oil, which then needs processing down through refining. So we'd need to find a source of crude oil that we can turn into petroleum, that we can turn into plastic to make the better beds. That's going to take a long time. So for now, they all have regular beds. If we do that, that little guy's going to get out. So I'll only do those three for now. Sort the ranching out, then move the others, I guess. There isn't a move option, is there? No. You do just build a new one and deconstruct the old one. That's fine. That's what I was planning on doing. Just one last mop everywhere instruction. Seems good. Okay. Ooh. Our bristle blossoms are taller. Very nice. In terms of setting up a ranch, I thought here, so we need to plan this in. It'll ladder. So that's where that would go. The problem is, to build that ceiling, they need to go above it. And to do that, they need to walk into the chlorine and where the bleach stone is, which I'd rather avoid. So I think what we'll do for now is give them a little stool to stand on so they can build the ceiling from within the room, hopefully. Yeah, until we need to build the next room above, then we'll see. 3 new beds there, so I'll get rid of 1, 2, 3 there. Seems good. I can't get that corner. Bit weird, bit awkward, but okay. That bit's done. We've reached all the ceiling. There we go, just in time. Good. Now, I need to find... Have we even researched ranch-related things? I assume we have. Must be quite early on, right? No, we have not. Okay, well, we're going to need ranching. This gives us grooming station. We assign a rancher, they care for critters. Must have critter ranching skill, which I don't think anyone does yet. Do that soon. It's a component of the stables. A critter drop-off releases trapped critters into the world. Shearing station lets you shear to get the materials off. Makes sense. The feeder automatically dispenses food. So you store food in it or something? Interesting. See how that works. Fish release is like a critter drop-off but in water. And a fish feed is like a feeder but in water. Okay. Fine. So you just need to build a grooming station in the room. Put a door on it. And a feeder, maybe? You might want something... Look at how we do the room, because we don't want them to just walk out the door when someone opens it. Not sure if they will, but interesting. Animal control is the next over. I'm just curious. This attracts and captures airborne critters. So it's a trap to capture them. So we're going to need that anyway, so that we can capture them. Otherwise we won't have any critters. Wonder how that works. Interesting. Shouldn't trapping them come first, because you need to get them in order to branch them? Don't know. An incubator. So we can breed the critters to get more of them. Or not breed them, but take their eggs and make more of them, I guess. And a critter sensor. Sure. Okay. I think that's enough to research. We'll get up to animal control as well. We'll set that to be researched. Get that moving along. Have we found... No new blossom seeds found. Nothing new either. Okay. Fine. We're still okay on food. Bunch of muckroot left over. Sure they're not happy about it, but it'll do for now. Yeah, water is weird. Weird is a good word for it. You see in this room how it's not. Like it's hugging the walls. It's a bit funny. What are we going to do with the chlorine? I guess we need to, again, curiosity. Some research. No. Nothing new. Converts rust into chlorine. Could do something the other way round is what I'm curious about. Can we turn chlorine into something else? I guess we can put it into a canister. We've seen that. So if we could somehow grab it and put it in a canister, we could empty this out, replace it with oxygen and be a bit safer. Although I don't know if chlorine's unsafe, it's not breathable. Guess we'll find out eventually. Progressing down here, we could... Don't know any good way of getting rid of that polluted water. We can like build and power a pump and pump it into our polluted water storage. It's a long way and a bit unnecessary. Although there's a lot here. Kind of tempted to just like, again, dig a tunnel down, drop this bit of water and this bit of water into the pool below it, seal that back off, and then we can work in the area where it was. Maybe? I'm interested in that. One thing I do want to do... Well, let's first of all get this little puddle of water spread out so we can mop it up. Then, wherever we're entering into this biome, I want to put one of these things, a deodorizer. So as the polluted oxygen tries to escape from it, we can clean it. And then we'll try and tidy that up a bit, maybe. It's really germy, am I wrong? Yeah, the slime has germs in it. So you just need to be... Don't know what we do about that, really. Go walk through the chlorine afterwards, maybe. Hope they survive if they catch something. Sure, they'll be fine. Do we have... Wren, right? They're not far from the point they need to do critters. Not close either. There's step one. We've got drop off, release, feeder, and grooming station. Okay. build that there. I think the doorway might need changing, but I don't... You know, we'll find out. If things are escaping, then we'll find out. For now, we'll just put a door there. I think that's a good idea. And then... we put the feeder on the far side of the room. They'll hang out over there, maybe? Don't know. Don't have the skills yet, we are aware. New printables available. So someone with decorating. Lindsay and Max I don't like, but Nails has decorating. And doctoring, okay. Green Thumb doesn't really help, but whatever. Cannot cook. Decreased creativity. That's a bad thing. So they're getting +4 creativity here, but -3 there. So they're not really the decorator that I'm after. That doesn't make sense. I'll take a Shine Nymph. I don't mind them hanging around. You can live in there, whatever. Now that's done, so mop all of that up. Start. The room with the coal generators, I didn't notice when, but they have had coal put in them. And more put in the storage, actually. That's kind of nice. It looks kind of safe for a while. It's visually filling up with carbon dioxide now. Like we can see it. Which means the flow from here down to where the skimmer is isn't working too good. It's not the end of the world. Pressure from above should keep it going down-ish. It might have. At the moment it's going through quite a small gap, and I guess it always will. Quite a small gap. But if we replaced these bits above the doors everywhere with airflow, that could be a good thing. Not in that room, because we don't want the hydrogen to escape. And the others, I guess it doesn't really matter, but can be consistent on them, can't we? Deal with the others bit by bit. For now, it's good and down there, where the actual skimming is happening. That, just to be consistent with everything above, should be blocked off. Ooh. A bristle blossom was harvested. There is a bristle berry, which wants to be refrigerated. Interesting. Weird. Okay, we're very low on food now. They must have eaten. Everyone has eaten, and now we really don't have enough. So we're gonna have some more berries in a minute, but that's not really enough. I don't feel. So we may need to do something more about that. The microbe musher will make basic food, like from dirt, which is better than nothing. I think. If we made a grill, would we have anything to grill? Because the only way to find out is to build one and see what the recipes actually are. Let's put a grill in there. Added benefit, it will actually fit without interrupting the uranium yet. Make one and find out. We will need power. So the coal system making 1200, consuming. What is? I'm going to need a calculator, aren't I? 3 240s, a 120 and a 10. 850. So there's another 350 available on that network. This I want to keep self-contained. Why not? This is also producing way more than it's needed, like hundreds more, so simplicity is... Just plug that wire in there. Nice short route. Cool. Oh, it's snoozy time, I guess. I can honk shoo away for a bit. We haven't covered anything in the north as we're building upwards. Some coal over here, sure. Nothing exciting yet. More grub fruits. What is all this? Just sand, yeah. It's a different biome. This one's a bit warm. Interesting. So to get to the cold biome, we need to go through the warm one. Interesting. Could be difficult. Research complete, good. So that gave us, yeah, all these traps. Incubator. Needs refined metal. Okay, we're heading towards that, kind of. We need someone with the grilling skill to actually cook anything here. Interesting. But we could be cooking fried mushrooms, so that takes dust caps, don't have. The grilled bud of a bristle berry, so we're growing bristle berries from our bristle blossoms now, so being able to grill them is a good thing, so we should probably keep this. Although, so a bristle berry, right, is a 0 food, which is better than the muck roots they've been eating. Good. And if we grill it to a gristle, it becomes a +1 morale. I like it. And it gives more calories. Okay. So let's say forever for now. But we need to make someone a grill. And the person who can grill or is interested in grilling is the one I want to become a brancher. Awkward. Very awkward. Okay, though, fine. Eventually they can have all the skills and do both. I'll keep the grill there even though it's doing nothing. Let's just disable it because it's doing nothing. We'll re-enable it later. Fine. Just clear a bit above it as well. For now they can just eat the berries and it's an improvement. Except we may not have grown enough, or we may not be growing enough quick enough. They will have got more seeds though, because some were harvested. So we can put them in. Lucky we got the 2. Can we do the math on this? I mean, can I? Rather than is it possible? I'm sure it's possible. Life cycle of 6 cycles. Then my assumption is that means we get a bristleberry every 6 cycles. Amount of time it takes to grow. Yeah, I think that's right. Provided everything's fine. Don't know if we're growing faster, if there's any way of growing faster. Should be, right? Hydroponics farm gave some kind of boost? No, the boost was you can irrigate the water. That was what we gained from it. I think. Is there a... properties? No. It would be in status, right? It might tell me here. It's full of water with a little bit of food poisoning. Lovely. Plant domestication. Will this little tip give me Rest of blossoms? Growth requirements, fine. They're happy enough at the moment. 10% chance of getting a seed every time. Cool. Whatever the floral scent is, we haven't really seen that affecting anything yet. Can we get more information on that? Triggers excessive sneezing, yeah, so if they have allergies, they'll have trouble in there. Cool. Whistleberries we want to be, but it takes 8 cycles to spoil them, so that's not bad. It's quite a long time. I don't think the speed is affected by anything. We've got no information on that, so my assumption is every 6 cycles we're making 1600 calories. 8 times. So that is 8 times 1600, 12,800 calories, which is 2,133 per cycle. What does a person consume? Can we get that info? Inhaling and exhaling. Smelled some flowers. Has low morale. Yeah, they have 4 morale out of the 6 needed. They need to have a shower. Which... yeah, I think the bath time might not be fast enough. We'll look at that in a second. calories. There we go. That's how many they have stored up. Total change per cycle is 500. So typically a person consumes 1,000 calories per cycle, but because we're on easy mode, it's being halved. Or we're getting a 500 bonus. So they're eating 500 per cycle and we're growing 2,000. No, hang on. We're growing 2,000 per cycle. They're eating 500 per cycle each. So we have half the food we need. If that. Okay, that's a problem. That's a big problem. We're going to get the musher then. So that we can at least temporarily just make some kind of food out of something. And then we're going to need another farm. Which I thought might happen. Okay, fine. Not sure where we're going to put that. Maybe we'll move the critters. Up, down, somewhere. Oh, we could move the storage. That would be easily done. So once we've moved these beds up, we'll move the storage into this area, and then we'll do a second set of farms underneath. Fine. At the moment we don't have the seeds, so we can't even do it now. No, but when we have those seeds, it would be really good to get that moved. So I may release this hatch, or, you know, risk releasing it. Unless, yeah, because I'm not going to get someone with the critter skill fast enough. We're close. Can I trap it and just not be able to release it because I can't manage them? Where was the trap? There we go. No, it needs to be armed by someone with a skill, so I can build it in there. Which is actually probably going to release him. But we'll see. It's fine. For now. I was interested in... Yeah, I think changing those to mesh has improved the flow a little. Not ideal, it's coming over here instead of going... We could just move the skimmer, obviously. But I feel it might be better to set up a pump in this room. Ooh, I kind of like that idea. Instead of opening this room up so it flows out, we shut the room off and pump it out over to where the skimmer is. Maybe. I think it's a bad idea having this carbon dioxide generation near the oxygen generation. So we should separate those out as functions, but, you know, whatever, whenever. People are kind of idle. I want oxygen, deodorizer, there, power, wire, plug it in, and then, shame I can't really, could dig where the ladder should go, I guess, and then go in. Maybe. Nah, we'll make a mess and then we'll tidy it up afterwards, it's fine. I'm going to stick a ladder there, down to that level. Don't think we can dig a channel without digging slime. Maybe we can. Which I think we can, yeah. It's going to go down there and in there. Half a plan. We'll see. See how that goes. Ooh. How long has Gossman been stuck there without me realising? I mean, at least overnight, because they've got a sore back. And they're hungry. And they've now made a mess here. Because I asked them to build that wall in, and they did it while standing on the wrong side of it. Okay. First of all, build up so that the mess doesn't make it into the base. And then, yeah, get out of there. These, yeah, sometimes. There we go. Now, if I tell you to block that in, do it from the correct side this time? Maybe? There we go. Better. Although we now have a pocket of mess with polluted oxygen being made, but whatever. We'll live. My bad, I guess I should have paid better attention to where everyone was. Anyway. The hacks didn't escape, good. Dupes are not smart. No, they are really not smart. I wonder if there are mods for that. There were with RimWorld, you know, mods that made them a bit smarter. At least made it so they didn't build themselves into a closed environment. That would be lovely. If we had sleet, wheat, grain and bristleberry, we can make a bristleberry sludge, which is 4,000 calories and good quality. 8 morale. I mean, that would be lovely. But I haven't seen any sleet wheat yet. Tofu. Meal lice we could grow, but they needed dirt providing constantly, whereas this didn't, I think is why. I think I'm just going to make, like... What do we have, 8 people? 7 people? Make 7 mush bars for now, just to fill in a bit of our calories while we're trying to get the farming up and running. It ain't ideal, they won't be happy, but it's something. There are mods for that, good. That'd be worth adding, yeah, just so they don't... Yeah, basic things. Deconstruct in the correct order so you don't end up trapped on top of a ladder or whatever. Or trapped without the ladder or whatever. It's just a bit silly. Digging down here is going to drain a bunch of carbon dioxide down. Not a bad thing, I guess. We'll get rid of it. Kind of. We'll see how that goes. Ooh, what's that? That's new. A grub wormling. Squirmy little grub wormling. In time will grow into a grub. Eats sugar. No, eats sulfur or sugar and makes mud. So the same for a grome. Grub. Data not found. We don't know what a grub is. Okay. Is that because I haven't seen one? I'm going to guess that's because I haven't seen one. No. There's a grub. Okay. That link obviously didn't work. Where's it gone? There. Symbiotic relationship with grub fruits. Instinctually tend to them. Interesting. Closely related to Sweetles. Well, he is in a room with Sweetles, so makes sense, I guess. 50 kilos of sulfur gets turned into 5 kilos of mud. Seems expensive. Sucrose seems better. And the Sweetles make sucrose, right? That's their deal. If they eat sulfur, so you'd have to kind of keep them separate, but you could, if you wanted mud desperately, I guess, farm both of them. Not sure we really care about mud, so not so fussed about that. Kinda like to build a fridge. I know the berries will last 8 days and that is long enough, but tempting. Mush bars, 5,000 calories, they're all ready. Let's make another 7 just to last a little bit longer. Ooh. Hello. This bristle blossom's too hot. Apparently. Growth halted. Needs to be kept between 5 and 30 Celsius. And the temperature here? 31.5. No. 31. Because it's next to a hot biome. So we may need to move that farm as well. We're going to build one beneath it, but we may need to move that one because it's too close to the heat. So we can find a way of cooling it, but that's... We don't yet have a good way of doing that. I've had half an idea. I wanted to use... It's not called an aqua tuna. Aqua tuna is for water, because it says aqua. Some different kind of tuna. That's liquid tuning. I want gas tuning. There. Temperature modulation. Uses ice. No. Converts water into ice. No, but cool. Space heater. No. So thermo aqua tuner cools down liquid that's in it, but heats what's around it. I wanted to cool down the gas being piped through while heating the surroundings. And if we submerged that into the hot water coming from the geyser, I thought we could cool down the oxygen we're generating while heating up that water into steam. In theory. That's what I wanted to give a go. And there is definitely somewhere the same thing but for gases. It's not, I don't think you just use the same one. No, it's definitely liquid there. Liquid tuning, yeah. What about here? HVAC, that makes sense. Yeah, there, thermoregulator, that's it. So we could pipe gas through that, make it colder, and heat up, and achieve two things we want. If we're pumping colder oxygen around the base, it'll cool the base down. I hope. We would definitely need to insulate where we've got the steam, though. That would be interesting. I think that's going to cost a whole bunch of stuff that we're not quite ready for. So we may just need to move this farm into a more temperate area. Not near the compost, not near the electrolyzer, and not near the hotter biome. Over here, I guess it'll have to be, although I don't... Oh, we could go further left. So they go through their bedrooms to get to the farm. Not ideal. Yeah, not ideal. Printables. No artists here. No. Increased creativity. Falls asleep periodically. Don't love that. General interest in many things. +3 creativity. Rather than someone who's interested in creativity, because then we can give them skills related to it with a bonus. So, yeah, none of them really appeal. Bubbles isn't bad. +3 creativity. Higher food morale. Can't get food poisoning. But... Shabby dresser, -15 decor. We would need more decor for them to be happy, I think. Not quite clear what that number means. They might be okay, but they're not great. I would rather have 4,000 calories of nutrient bars at this point. I think that's more helpful to us. So we'll go with that for now. And cancel those mush bars. Better for now, I think. I've dug a long way down here. How are we going to do this without flooding? We're going to not break that. It's rock, so it won't break itself. Then we're going to dig over, so I can dig the rest up. Oh, a Pacu died in there. It's become a fillet. Ooh, the grub has grown. It's big and ugly, but okay. Can stay in there for a while. Another building down here. Ceiling collapsed. Looks okay. Okay, they dug through there. I need tile. Let's go with 2 tile there. Dig that out as well. Not there, actually. Dig that out first, just to be safe. Here's Abyssalite, so it's going to take a while. Ooh, Ren earned a point. So Ren can get critter ranching. They're still happy enough. Give him a critter ranching hat. Lovely. And then they can hopefully trap this hatch in and we can start looking at that, whatever that's about. Bit by bit. They're all going to break time. But that's fine, they've dug most of that out, so I just want to tile up that. The carbon dioxide's going to fall down this hole, forcing the polluted oxygen back up it. Yeah, we can see that happening. And that single deodorizer is not enough. It's not doing a bad job. I don't mind it doing that, as long as we deodorize enough of it. I think that's fine. I'll leave that alone. The amount of stored coal we have doesn't inspire me. 8.8 tons apparently. What do these use? Converts coal. How much coal? Doesn't say. Tells us the outputs in terms of carbon dioxide, power, heat, not the input. I do find this kind of annoying. There's a lot of information in the game, a lot of numbers, our melting point, our radiation blocking rate, but not just the fundamentals that you'd want to make good decisions, you know? How much coal can this use in a cycle? Unless I'm, you know, just missing it or whatever. Just, I generally have been very positive about user interfaces that are full of information. But it needs to be information, it can't just be mass data like this, where it's just a ton of numbers that are utterly meaningless to us. You know, it should be better than that. I think we're good to open this up, but we need to do it without getting stuck or having it flow backwards or something like that. I want to dig out that corner a bit more, so we can't get stuck there. Ooh, gold. Do we want to mine up some gold before we leave? I think we should. That bit. We have metal storage, right? Oh, it's full. Sure. Make me a new storage bin in here. Just gonna stand there in the polluted oxygen. Why not? Silly then. Okay. That's ready, so I just want to set that to accept gold. Probably would be idle, clean that up. Could mark it for sweeping, can I? Don't particularly want or need the slime though. This slide, yeah, we'll leave that. Just give them a minute. Yeah, and they're idle again, so they've taken all they can, that's fine. I think we can dig that open and then close it off or something. Would like to move this pocket down as well, but I'm not so sure how. So we can leave it for now. Maybe that pocket as well from up here. Well, yeah, we can leave it for now. That's fine. But that is not reachable, apparently. Okay. I don't want to get rid of more of this because I'm worried the water will hug it and drip around the corner. So, I guess we're going to put an extra bit of ladder in and they're going to get wet. Oh well. Must be happy it's not me. Oh, that worked well enough. A little bit there I'd like to shift, but I'm not... Again, I'm not sure we can. Fine. At this point we could come into here a bit more though. That would be fine. Yeah, we can deal with the rest as we're coming through here. We can mop up anything else, and that'll be fine. So if they deconstruct all of that, then we'll block it off somehow. Like there, ideally. Try and shift this all over. We'll see. I think I'm making people very sick by bringing them down here, but I'm sure they'll survive. Trying to get to there. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that it doesn't continually flow. The way that it hugs the corners and stuff is not great. But oh well, we'll live. I'm going to do that, but that is going to cause trouble for the carbon dioxide. So we do need to move the skimmer or pump the carbon dioxide around or something. Probably just move the skimmer over this side. Be fine. Or dig even further down and join up underneath where we're going to be doing the geyser stuff. Somehow. We'll see. I'm just going to not let the polluted oxygen go up that route. Make sure it comes past the deodorizer, because it seems to be doing something. Seems good. Let's keep doing this the clever way. A little bit there, so we want to shove that over. Oh, we're still kind of dripping. Can I... Let's try and clear this out. Dig the whole lot? Maybe. Sure. Go for it. Tie that whole wall up. I don't think they can reach though, they'll need a ladder on them. It's going to flow that way, so... Ooh, maybe not. Someone come mop that first. Maybe. Seems fine actually, seems good. Seems to be going well. And then, yeah, I think just keep it simple now. Mop that up. Lock that off. Deconstruct all that. And start deconstructing the ladder. If I tell them to do too much, they might get stuck, so yeah, we'll leave that. But it's bedtime first. Seems to be doing well there, actually. It's more carbon dioxide than polluted oxygen at this point. But it is an ugly looking mess of it. Ah. Critter trap has trapped a critter. How do I tell them what to do about that? So, a grooming station allows the assigned ranger to care for critters. I'm not sure we even need to care for them. Yeah, I'm not sure that's necessary. We just need to feed them, but the auto, like this feeder is automatic, so... Interesting. Going to try and feed a hatchling with dirt, because we have a fair amount of that at the moment. So they'll deliver dirt in there. And well, we just need to put a critter in here. Critters tend to stay close to their food source and wander less when given a feeder. Makes sense. Critter trap. There's no button to, like, bring it over here. Ah, we need a drop-off point. Right, let's put one of them there. Yeah, I don't think we need the grooming station, because that'd be like a person coming to make them look nice, smell pretty, feel happy, and produce more. Well, I do like producing more. So fine. Drop hatches in there. Okay. The critter trap can then be deconstructed, because it's done its job. And there is a hatch in the room. There's also a lot of stuff we should Some of this we don't necessarily want it eating, so we should sweep up that room, but we've got nowhere to put it. Oh well. We've put that with gold, so more copper could go there. And then I guess we just need to make more storage bins, even though I want to deconstruct them and everything. We can now move the rest of the beds up to the new bedrooms. That's fine. Complicated trying to juggle everything. Printables available? None of these people are super good decorators. Some mediocre decorators, but I think, as we say, we'll leave them. Lindsay isn't bad. But yeah, not really what I'm after. I want someone who's interested in decorating and doesn't have a trait that negates that. So 4,800 calories of berries is good for us at the moment. Still do have a food problem. We are successfully growing some plants. Oh well. Ah, a hatch was groomed. Yeah, not many details there on what's going on. Oh, they have a wildness rating, okay. At 0% they become tame, which increases its metabolism and means it needs care. Okay. This is currently reducing by 50% per cycle because of the grooming. Cool. So by grooming it, we're helping to tame it, which will mean that it then requires grooming or care or something. But at least means it'll stay in the room, I hope. Or, you know, something. Increase its output is a good thing. That's more coal for us to burn for power. Because, you know, why we're keeping it. Many people idle. That means these are ready. We'll have more metal ores, we'll have more... main one is mineral, right? That's like stone. And then cultivatable, I guess. Still something they can't move there, bit of sand. So we'll add another sand storage in the room with the filters. Maybe we want one where we're going to move the skimmer to. In here is fine for now. We'll put more sand in there. That's fine. Ah, I've got that the wrong way round, haven't I? Skimmer doesn't need sand. The deodorizer does, so there's a good spot that I'm happy with. Perfect. Unreachable. Interesting. Is the ladder not far enough over? Try and get them to finish that off before we just deconstruct it all and get out of there. Doesn't look like we uncovered anything interesting while we were down here. More bleach stone and chlorine. A building we know about there, some insulated tiles around it. Bit of hydrogen. Fine. These good drops. Good, good, good. Wonder how many we can fit in. I've seen the wild animals get this overcrowded effect. Like there's too many of them in the room or whatever, so we don't want to infinitely drop hatches in here, I guess. But more than one, I'm sure, is fine. We do need coal. That is for filtration. Enable that. Tidy up a bit more. And then those beds are ready, so those can be deconstructed. And I'm going to say deconstruct that storage after we've tidied that top room up. Keep on from them and everything, I guess. There's no warnings or anything. They're not telling me there's any trouble. We're in an okay calorie position again. Oxygen seems fine. Can never really know, I guess. We could do with moving the skimmer over or having a second skimmer on the right hand side. As I say, I guess my preference is to dig underneath and have it in the bottom. Increase airflow all over the place, don't I? Don't know what it is about the wire. Why does the wire change colour? Goes purple every now and then. That's when its current load is non-zero. Oh, I think purple is when it's 0, so nothing's happening. Nothing needs moving or filtering or whatever. And then every now and then it goes white because it's drawing a little bit of power out. Okay. We could definitely do with something that stops the generators when we have enough power. Because I don't think they're smart. I think the only generator that stops when the power is good is the manual one. So we do need like an automatic thing that says if this battery is 90% full, then switch the generators off entirely. That I think is part of our computer systems here. So we can enable the automation overlay. I'm sure that's needed. A signal switch. Sounds like that's what I'm after. Wiring for it, sure. Motion sensor. So I'll be after a sensor for the power level. Which seems like it would be in the power section, not in the generic section, I don't know. Power. Combustion, fossil fuel, plastic, blah blah blah. Low resistance conductor. Renewable energy, no, that's all a bit too complicated, I think, for what I'm... Power control station. Ooh, a smart battery. Ah, okay. Which sends a signal based on parameters. So we want to replace the big battery with a smart battery and have the automation layer. So let's unlock smart battery. Then we'll unlock smart home and maybe some of the other sensors, why not? We'll try and set that up. Because we don't want to be creating more carbon dioxide just... or even wasting the coal arbitrarily. Only burn it if we need it. Cool. Good morning, dupes. Ah. There's space there. That room is tidied up apart from the coal. That's cool. It doesn't... We could do with one of them like automatic sweeper bots or something, I guess. Like it doesn't mark the coal to be swept. But if we have idle people and space in this bin, they're going to go and get it, so I guess it's okay. What do we do here? So that's metal, metal, raw mineral, cultivatable soil. Don't need filtration, that's elsewhere. Miscellaneous, there. Organic, maybe one, or maybe more. Raw mineral. More of them all, I guess. Let's have then organic, and we'll do... They're all full, so we have too much of everything. Just do mineral again. Can you put storage in the air? You can. No, you can't. It looks like you can, but then it tells you it's invalid. We'd need another layer of floor for it to sit on. Fine. So with that tidied up, I just want to deconstruct that. I want to work on this area a bit, so we're going to open up the airflow. That's fine. We'll place the floor there with hydroponic farms. Go to the plumbing and make sure water's flowing into there. Not too happy with that water system anymore. We could do with a second pump. Maybe. Like one that pumps upwards for the farms and one that pumps over for the bathrooms. It's not necessary, I guess. Like, it's fine. I think the throughput on the water through the pipes is more than enough, so Maybe it's okay for now. Change it later. We are going to need more blossom seeds, but they should come with time. Plant what we can. Can I... So the one that won't grow because of the heat, if I uproot it, will I get the seed back? Not sure because he stopped because it's break time. Sure. Power's done. Can't build a smart battery. We need refined metal. Okay, so can't do what I wanted there yet. Well, I'll unlock the other things anyway. Generic sensors is fine. What have we got here? Better signal carrying wires. Ribbon writer and ribbon reader. Oh, okay, so a ribbon is like multiple automation wires combined into a ribbon, and then you need to pull off of them, and yeah, sure. Anzors, buffers, filters. Let's keep it relatively simple and just do a little bit of that for now. At least for now. Some of them did, or one person showered in that break, which was their downtime. So if they wanted a shower, they could. There were spare showers, they had time. So everyone who doesn't have the shower morale bonus is choosing not to have a shower, which annoys me a lot because we need to keep their morale up. No one's in the negative though, so that's okay. Ellie has space to learn something safely, so let's... Yeah. More digging, or should we get a bit of tinkering for them? We have a digger, not digging a huge amount at the moment, so this time let's go with the tinkering. We'll put tinkering hat because someone else has the digging. And yeah, that's fine. Everyone else who has showered has positive, but I don't necessarily want to give them more skills yet. Yeah. That's fine. Ah, illumination, good point. Forgot about that. They won't grow without light. So we could try and capture those shine bugs, couldn't we? Get them in there. It's only 20 more watts a pound. That's fine. Do we want extra storage bins? Don't think so. I can use the ones in the room above. That's not a big deal to me. Seems fine. So we uprooted that. Did we? Yeah, we gained a seed back. Perfect. Cool. Might as well put it somewhere it will grow then. Something there is making polluted oxygen. Is that a bit of slime? Interesting. Let's get rid of all these exclamation marks. What can I do with that? I want to convert the slime into something that doesn't emit polluted oxygen. Do we have something that... I mean, I think we do. Is it oxygen related? They take algae. Polluted dirt. No. Nope. Where would it have been? What do we do? A search here for slime. It's in distillation. Slime into algae, which would stop it from making mess. So I'm looking for an algae distiller. Is that a station? No. Not a utility. Can't search down here from the looks. Oh, search all buildings? Yes, nice. It takes a liquid input. Oh, it makes polluted water. It's a liquid out. That's annoying. Don't have a great spot to put that in. It's a big thing, and I only want to get rid of a tiny bit of slime. Yeah. Can I build a storage thing down here? This is for the storage of slime. Yep. Deconstructed that in the wrong order, haven't they? They can't reach it. Try and fix that. Sweep. Sorry. Sweep the slime into there. Hopefully. Oh, although one of these was, yeah. No slime in that one. No rot piles either. And no polluted dirt. That goes in that one. Just algae, really. That's what we wanted there. Oops. Oh well. Okay, that research is done as well. Let me get rid of these exclamation marks that annoy me. That's fine. So that's all ready for later when we get the refined metal needed to build all the elements involved in that, but that's good progress anyway. Still looks like they can't do that. Right, it's downtime is the only issue, is why they're not moving that, so in the morning they'll move that, I guess. Maybe they don't have enough time. Well, no, because that fourth shower was free. I don't get it. New people. No one with an interest in decorating, so I guess we'll take these eggs and do nothing with them. Maybe if we leave them sat on the floor, they'll hatch. I doubt that somehow. So move that bit of slime down and then we'll deconstruct, and the slime will be down there and we can block it in as part of our tidy up down there. It's a general idea. Because I don't want to build a massive building just to get rid of one bit of slime. But I guess someone will need to be... Oh no, they've taken it. There's no more. No, they haven't. I can see it there. Oh, they didn't. Well. Oh, there were two for organics. Let me change that. Put more... Whatever that one is. Raw mineral. I did raw mineral there. Put more metal raw in that one. Whatever. The organics just in one. Sweep that bit of slime up. No, yes. So we'll get that down here. Then deconstruct that storage and the slime will be on the floor here instead. Start getting rid of that ladder. Do I need... I'd like to get rid of the ladder just to keep it tidy. It's going to be a bit awkward, but we'll leave them to it. After bath time. Don't want to deconstruct more than one bit because I'm worried about them falling off and not being able to make it back out. So we'll work our way up here one by one. Trying to clean up what's on the floor there. That's... Everything seems to be going okay. Slow progress like before, I guess, which is fine, I don't mind. Taking our time to look at stuff. It would be nice to have things working in a lovely, efficient manner, but I guess that's the end game, not the current. can now become a tile. We can deconstruct all that as long as we dig that out, which means maybe some polluted oxygen still in the bottom here. They should get forced out. It's good enough. I think it's pretty much all carbon dioxide in that gap there now. So once we seal that off, we'll just give it a little bit of time, and then we'll give it to the deodorizer because it will have done its job. And we'll have a couple extra rooms here for the time being, and then another problem to deodorize once we go further down. Oh well. Should also extend that ladder there, just like that. Cool. Yeah, the electric grill isn't functional. What was wrong with this? Oh, no skill. Yeah. Yeah. So when Ren next gets a level, Critter Ranching 2 will add more husbandry, which isn't a bad thing. Critter Ranching 1 was necessary, so I think, yeah, next level will give them grilling. And then they can use the electric grill to make better food, because we're really low on calories again already. Let's just make a large number of mush bars, because it's better than starving. When we have the second farm up and running, we are theoretically making enough for 11 people. Not 11, 9. Right? It was 2133 at the moment, so we're going to double that, and then they're using 500 each. 8.5 people. So, 8. It's fine, we're going to recruit our decorating person, and that'll be our 8. But if we ever want to add another set of people, we're going to need more farming, or better food, I guess, is another option. Because if we do cook into gristleberries every berry we make... Oh, you can fry a mush bar to make it better. Huh. Interesting. Sure. I mean, it makes sense. But if we are making gristleberries, then instead of 16 bristleberries every 6 cycles, we'll have 16 gristleberries every 6 cycles, which is 5,333 calories per cycle, which is 10 2/3 of a person. So even that, even just being able to grill that up, as long as we get everything grilled, we'd be able to handle another 2 people. So an even better recipe would, you know, if there is something. Just, yeah, not sure farming's really the best option, although this seems pretty simple. We don't have to deliver anything to it. The water goes in, and in theory we have infinite water, although like, I don't know if it's enough water, and I don't know if we're going to prefer steaming it. Guess we'll see in time. A long time from the looks of it. No more seeds yet. Coal is being made, nice. But I do think we're burning it faster than we're making it still. What else did I want? I wanted to get rid of this uranium ore and put a dining room there, because I assume dining at a dining table makes them happier. It is an assumption, but I think it's safe. I don't know. Just check. Mess table. Adds decoration. Duplicants prefer to dine at a table. Okay. Prefer to? What does that mean? I guess we just have to build them and then we find out whether they're providing significant benefit. And we could put a fridge in that room as well. Although we're still powering by manual generator, so if we could power the fridge by not manual. Yeah. It's fine. I think I will... Just continue the general airflow improvements around the place. Do want to do that room, just got to be careful he doesn't drop through a hole in the floor. Hopefully they're quick enough. Ah, not them. Because that'll cause the hydrogen to escape. We could do with a better space for that hydrogen, but we'll deal with that in the future. Them in there, all the door entries, but not that one. And the water room, you still have to think about that. Not there yet. Not there, because I'm still concerned about the generation of polluted oxygen in that room, so we're going to lock that room down. Even if that's not ideal, it's preferred. But we can put in there. And there, but not there, yep. Fine. I've been changing these as well. Why is it whenever I place something wrong, they go and do that job immediately? Rather than the other 10 jobs they could be doing that are right. Oh well. I am tempted to try and get that trapped CO2 out. But we really don't need to. So no, let's not. We'll leave those walls as they are and not mess with it, and the floor as well. Leave it until there's a problem and then we can change it. That's good. It does mean carbon dioxide is currently pooling in this room, but you know, we're not using it. When it's full, it'll flow over to where the skimmer is, so no big deal at the moment. We'll live. Is that deodorizer okay to leave? This just says it's all carbon dioxide. Check the other one, the materials. Yeah. There's no sign of there being polluted oxygen in there. Some down there. Some in there, as you'd expect. Yep, I think we are done with that deodorizer. So we can disconnect that wire as well. Good. New printables. Researching with digging skill. Farming with gourmet. But allergic to floral scent. We don't. Farming but allergic to floral scent is not a good choice for what we're currently doing. And yeah, nothing. So I guess we take an oxyfern seed again, even though we're not growing them. Might be nice to, but you know, they're going to take in water and stuff, right? In which case the carbon skimmer's probably better, even though it consumes power. What does it say? Need to farm plots, yeah, and 4 kilograms of dirt per day, which we don't have an infinite source of. Which algae have we got? 15 tons. So if I got rid of this oxygen generation through the hydrogen, went back to the old algae style generation, we'd have enough to last a while, I'm sure. Could be worth doing. Unless we can move it. I want to set up the next research station, I guess. Maybe we could squish this down into one block instead of multiple. Seems possible. Yeah, the hydrogen is escaping. I did a little bit of research on this thing, but everything I found, or at least the vast majority of what I found, was showing how to abuse the game's mechanics to make it behave a certain way, which is not, like, that's not what I'm after. I'm more interested in, like, intended mechanics. There are ways of manipulating the electrolyzer to get the hydrogen so that we wouldn't need to filter it. But I would like just a nice natural way of doing that. It is like, one thing we know is when the electrolyzer makes the gases, it does it to the top left of the electrolyzer structure, which is fine, but it emits them both in the same place, the oxygen and the hydrogen. So this pump at the moment will be pumping in a lot of oxygen. The only real way to avoid that would be to have a gap like 10 blocks tall or more, and then you know the top is going to be the hydrogen because of the amount of each thing being made, which is not ideal for us, I don't think. And yeah, I don't know the other way, any other way. But here in this situation it's fine. It's possible for this gas pump, like if we squished it further into the corner and blocked it off a bit more, it's possible that the other gas pump would pick up hydrogen. Unlikely, but possible. Even at the moment, we're still not getting the right amount of hydrogen into the hydrogen generator. It shouldn't be stopping, unless the air pressure in the room is affecting it somehow. So I'm inclined to stop the airflow within this room entirely, pump everything out. But we do know we're consuming 100 grams of hydrogen and producing 112, so if you actually locked it in, you'd end up with too much, which we need to do something with. Second generator maybe, but we don't really have room for it. Indeed. If I move it over, I can bring the generator down into this room, is my thought, and then we get a room to put the other research in, which I want. So let's give that a go. Very much inclined. I'm going to deconstruct everything and start again. Yeah. Because we're going to move everything, all of it. So power-wise, strip it out. Ventilation. To be honest, strip it all out and redo it. And plumbing-wise, just that line should probably go back in, but whatever. Oh, deconstructing a pipe with water in causes water to flood everywhere. That's interesting to know. Glad we found out about that. I'm going to try sealing that in and mopping up all our water. Okay, my bad. We have no oxygen generation. That is a good point, actually, isn't it? We'll be okay for a day. Maybe. Good. Building that in. So I want gas pump at the floor and a gas pump in the above. That could work, like not directly above it, so that there's time for the gases to separate. That could work. And the electrolyzer there. So the gases spawn here, the hydrogen goes up and into this one. Could be okay. We need a filter. Other way around. Yep. 2 filters. Actually, what I don't know is how much can a gas pipe take? It just doesn't say. Like, there must be a limit. Can't take an infinite amount of gas through it in every tick. But yeah, it just doesn't say. If we could feed both pumps into one pipeline, that would be excellent. Which I guess you find out by trying and seeing if one of them complains about pressure. Okay. So they're both going to go into the same filter. And then oxygen's going to run along and off the vents. Hydrogen's going to go into something. But yeah, I wanted to seal this off with another airlock door. There would be fine. Yeah, because the filter's there, so we can't go any further right. So there, again, with tiles to block it. Then the hydrogen generator. Just going to take that hydrogen and turn it into power. And the battery. It doesn't need to be a jumbo one. Just need a little bit of battery to kind of buffer it. I guess it would be nice to also have like a gas storage for the hydrogen before it goes into the thing to create a little bit of a buffer. But I don't believe we have that unlocked. No. Does it exist? I'm sure it does. Gas. Not portable wise, not talking about canisters, I'm talking about a box you'd fill. I've seen them, I'm sure. That's that. Gas reservoir. That looks big. Like it would not fit in that room. Don't think we'll bother researching that. Yeah, that doesn't look like a slim little thing we could fit in the corner here. We'd need the other room and we're trying to move away from that. So we'll live without. That hydrogen into there. Have some kind of battery power, although we've got the space. Yeah, we'll do some, a little bit, do that, and then power all of this, like so. And then all we're missing is something that kick-starts the process or that provides power if there's an issue, which is going to have to be a manual generator. Unless we just feed in the other network, but that will overpower the wire involved. We talked before about having a switch, didn't we? But that doesn't do what I want. Does not affect circuitry preceding it. So you build your switch and then you can switch off everything in one side. No? I don't know how it works, so why don't we just build one? Receding is unclear. What does that mean? Let's plug that wire in there and that one in there, and I guess we see what happens. Should we put that outside? That look better? Don't think it matters. We'll leave it there. It should be good. And then, yeah, ventilation wise, we're going to need to connect up the rest of the base again, which I did like having a vent down there. That's a bit pointless. We know it's going to be oxygen. I liked the idea of putting oxygen at the bottom of the base because it would mix everything up, but I'm not sure that is even a good way of doing things. If you don't mix things, you can control them better, like the carbon dioxide. So maybe we do get rid of that as well. We put a vent for oxygen in the top of their both bedrooms. I think both bedrooms. For the critters. Could just put one in every single room and try and spread it out, I guess. Not sure if that's a good idea or not. Could do that. You can shrink that one as well, and then we'll see how it works. The whole idea, try stuff out, see how it works. Run that pipe up into them three and across up to them three. See how it goes. What are we waiting on? Waiting on Ren. Almost got their level. No oxygen, no refrigerated food would be nice, sure, but soon. Okay. So the battery is full, it must be drawing. We then switch. Which I was expecting a dupe would have to go and switch it. I didn't realise I can do it from here, that's cool. I see, that's very nice then, I like that. And it appears to work, maybe? I think the idea would be you put power generation, switch, power consumption, and then you switch it off and you continue to generate, but the consumption has no input. What we've got in this case is consumption and generation, and all we're doing is separating them with the switch. I think, and I hope that is working how I want it to. Maybe we'll see in time. This room is being opened so we can add the materials study terminal, which needs refined metal. I had forgotten. So the first thing we need to do is be refining metal, but we're not generating enough power to do that. Okay. We're not generating enough coal to feed our power anyway, with how things currently are. So we're just going to have to manual power everything. What other power options do we have? Wood, don't have. Hydrogen doesn't make enough. Coal is all there is. And it's not enough. Ooh. A sage hatchling egg? I don't know what the sage refers to, the colour of it? It told us on the hatch. Yeah. 27% chance of a sage one. Oh, they have different... I see. A stone hatchling eats sedimentary rock. A sage hatchling eats dirt. No. The likelihood of getting a sage hatchling increases if they eat dirt. What's the difference then? They still make coal. That's fine. 140 dirt, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio dirt to coal. How many things they can eat. This list goes on forever. And then it moves on to the stone one. I don't know. Just looks different, maybe? Kind of green colour? Kind of sagey colour? Okay. No, maybe it is a cosmetic thing. It says it's incubating. Do we need to build an incubation machine to help? Or maybe that just speeds it up. This is saying it's 5% per cycle incubation, so with 100% viability, I think we just kind of leave it and it'll be okay. Slow, but okay. Cool. This guy's only a quarter of the way through his life. When they reach 100% reproduction, they make an egg. Cool. Okay. System is making sense. This guy's full of calories. He's got more calories than our dupes do in general. He is enjoying life, tame, reduces happiness, makes him metabolize more. Being groomed, which adds happiness. And is happy, which means they reproduce quicker. Okay. We'll see how that goes, but good. We are slowly increasing the coal income, but it's still... I don't know what we're supposed to do for power, I just don't get it. I guess this network isn't consuming enough that the manual generators are always running, so we could just put in extra manual generators to power something and it'll be fine. I don't want to add more to this network up here. It's got enough consumption, kind of. And it will do when we add the extra research station. But I guess down here we're going to set up some refining of metals. Let's go there. We're going to want storage of... We can't possibly store enough of the raw metals. But we'll try, I guess, raw and refined, and then it's going to need pairing, so we're going to have say, jumbo battery and a hamster wheel. Not flying in midair though. Not quite what I was after. So yeah, just don't see what else it can be. But then the power needed is 1200, so it's just going to have to be underpowered. I'm not putting 3 hamster wheels in with 3 guys running on it non-stop. Just, you know, we will be able to refine a third of the time off of that power, hopefully. See how that goes. I also would like to move this skimmer over because we're not going to connect up things differently, you know, for ages. So this area is going to be full of carbon dioxide for a long time. Let us put that there, or there, or there. Doesn't need anything, right? So we can go there. That's fine. The old one I might just switch off, actually. We don't need to get rid of it until we need a new use for that room. So if we just disable it, it'll stop taking power. We can wire this guy into that network, not the new one. Maybe. And plumbing. Or something like that. Which is, yeah, awkward. But that's clean water. And then dirty water does want to cross over, Richie, doesn't it? Very awkward layout. I want the dirty one to run. And then I haven't built that room, so it's going to have to come up. Which means it's going to get stuck with that stuff, which is no good. Damn. If I remove the piping for the old one, we could juggle things around a bit. Water could go down here. No. There's got to be a better way of doing that. Nah, because that'll back up if it doesn't. Yeah. There probably is a better way of doing it, but I can't see it right now. This is just very, very awkward. Why don't we do the sensible thing? Forget that. Feed that pipe like I was going to. And take the dirty stuff and do a much longer journey that avoids problems. To that point, can't jump that, but can put a bridge over this. And run it into that pipe there, and then it'll go into that output there. But very, very nice spaghettified pipe work around the base at the moment. I guess that's what you get. That is for storing... I guess we don't have any yet refined metals, so we'll have to wait till we've made some. This one is for storing raw metal ore, but not the gold. I don't think we're going to be refining that anytime soon. You know, we'll see. Just the copper for now. That's all we've got. No power wire connected. That's being done. We need to plumb this in. But I don't know what with. So copper ore to copper. Apparently copper adds decoration if you use it. That's kind of cool. Adds overheat temperature if you use copper instead of copper ore. It has high thermal conductivity, which is worth knowing, I guess. Significantly heats and outputs liquid plugged into it. What if I don't want heated liquid? Oh, is it necessary? So like it's coolant. We need to pump in and out. Okay. That's not good, but I guess you have to do it to cool it. Fine. Let's make 10 units of copper. But yeah, we're going to have to plumb in, I guess. A little awkward. Yeah, so much pipelines everywhere. Oh boy. Not the kind of mess I like. Or the kind of mess I don't like. Feed input water in, output water this way. Bridge that gap. Join that output water there. And in you go. Hopefully. See how that goes. A lot of people are kind of hurt. Hungry? There's food. Flowers reduced stress. Slime lung? Contact, but not bad. Holding their breath, maybe? Could be. A little stressed out, but not... Yeah, I don't know about their health. We haven't seen a need for like a doctor or any kind of medical stuff yet, so I don't really know how health works, I guess. Oh, printables. Decorating and doctoring. Increased food morale is good. Card research doesn't bother us. I like. It's only 3 decorating, it's not great. But it's also a bit of doctoring which might become relevant. It's probably as good as any other option we've had, and it gets us the person, and I don't particularly care about 2,000 kilos of gold at the moment. Nor ranching thing, nor operating. We'll take Harold as our 8th person. And there we go, there's our team of 8 that we're going to stick to for a while. And he's capable of decorating stuff. Though I don't think we got any good decorations unlocked. Some moulding. Sculpting block. We need paintings, right? That's what we would put in their bedrooms, in that space above their beds. There. Research us some fine art and then we'll do some paintings in everyone's bedrooms. I think. This system has stopped. So I need to switch it on. But it is complaining. Oh, because I didn't actually plumb in the water to get it working. Not good. We've got a lot of water at the moment, but we're suddenly consuming a lot more. I'm not sure about consuming, actually. I'm also not sure about the throughput rate here. We are. Little dribbles maybe coming. Oh well. Water is constantly flowing into the metal refinery, but not yet coming out. A little concerning. Significantly heats and outputs the liquid piped in, so it should come back out in the same rate, I hope. Not losing the water. We'll see. Nothing's been made yet, but it is still pumping them in. The errand has been issued, but it's bedtime, right, so they'll come to it soon. Hopefully. So much to juggle, and we're not even, you know, stressed out, you know, not even struggling with anything. Oh well. Good. Harold is here doing it. Don't know why Harold, but sure. Oh, look. Harold is new, and he's skilled to give him immediately. Yeah, art fundamentals. Gonna make a crude artwork. But it's something. Right, so every stage of that research you do, you need the skill to match, really. But there we go. He can do art when we get that researched. Which will happen. We should... Let's not get too carried away. It's over 2 hours in and I haven't taken a break yet, so I really should. Let's pause everything and take a break, and it'll all be here when I get back to carry on poking it. It's very interesting. It you know, it takes my attention very much. So, but let's not get too carried away. I'll just take 5 minutes to stretch the legs, top the drink back up, and everything. All the usual healthy bits and pieces. Do the same if you can, and it makes sense to you. When I'm back, we'll carry on trying to get the metal refining working so that we can get the extra research station online, so that we can progress with the idea of the steam, I think is the next thing. See if that'll generate enough power to be meaningful. It's the general plan. All the while trying to keep people fed and happy, I guess. Who knows? That's the game, I suppose. I'll just be 5 minutes. See you shortly. Hello, hello. I'm back from the break. But let's get back to it. Unpause. Hopefully those last bits built in. Running like crazy there while we get research done. What's that guy doing? 15%. I do wonder what is needed to incubate. Oh, refined metal is needed, so there's that. But then 240 watts generates some heat. Could be worth doing. How's this coming along? So I made one. That is clay, that is not copper, so I don't know what they've done with it. Oh, I guess these storages permit... Maybe? Not sure. And there's refined metal. Apparently we don't have any. Even though we've done one. Huh? If the job is done, but... I don't know. Apparently we don't have any. But there we go. I've enabled storage right there anyway, so that... Taking this done. Struggling with the output pipe? Because it inputs a lot, it outputs a lot. That's fine, I guess it does the job, and then it outputs a lot, just takes a while. Which is fine, because in that time we can recharge the power involved. Not an issue. I don't know what that is, a health bar there, that's... Oh, the battery got damaged? Oh, from overloading, yeah. I'm surprised more hasn't been damaged from overloading, because it says you can only do a little, and we're draining a lot. Has the battery itself got an overload? Power leak, power capacity, and heat. So it's just the wire. The battery's on the network with the wire, or maybe it's the wire that's damaged. Most things are overloaded with more than 1,000 watts of power on the network. But this one is like a building with 1,000, with 1,200. I mean, how do you power that then? If a wire can only carry 1,000, do you put heavy watt wire directly into it? Wasn't where you could. Maybe you can. Don't know. Pidgey the Flies. Hello, welcome in. Nice to see you. You can make upgraded wires. That makes a lot of sense. Wires. Let's have a look. Should be research. Yeah, that's my immediate this is a screen that has a nice search function, so that was where I thought we might find it. I guess it's here, because this is where we got heavy watt wire, so this is conductive wire. And heavy watt conductive wire. But I can't... How can I get from there to, like, the help menu or something? Database? Search for conductive wire? Yeah, there we go. 2000 watts. Double as much. That makes a lot of sense then. What's the downside? Doesn't tell us here. I guess we need to unlock it to see what it costs, I guess, is the difference. Like, this wire is 25 of a metal ore. That wire's more, or refined metal. Cool. That makes sense. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. So at the moment, we could research it, but we couldn't make the wire without doing the refining. And the refining is overloading the network. So at this point, it's kind of unavoidable that we are overloading a network. But the idea is we would research that, get better wiring, and not overload this network when we do the refining. Seems like you need a lot of refined metal in general. What is 1 anyway? 1 is 100 kilos. It doesn't seem like much. If we were trying to make the station material studies 400, so we need to do 4 cycles of refining to get enough to make that 1. That doesn't seem too bad. So be careful with the metal refiner, it makes a ton of heat. Yeah. As does the electrolyzer, really. Don't know why it's cold, but okay. Makes a ton of heat, yeah. We need to gain a context for that, I guess. This is generating 16,000 DTUs per second. Don't know what a DTU is. Oh, is it like... some amount of DTUs is the energy it takes to increase water temperature by 1 degree from 100 or something like that. Don't know, but sure, I mean 16,000 sounds like a big number. What's a coal generator doing? 9,000. Yeah, I mean that's significant then. Very interesting. We do want a cooling loop, but we're not really there yet. I think we're just gonna have to deal with there being some hot spots, but hopefully not enough to make the whole base uncomfortable. This part of the base looks uncomfortable at this point. 32 degrees? I would hate that. The bedrooms are at 23, which I would hate that, but it's green, so I'm not too worried about that at the moment. Guess we'll have a major issue if we overheat the plants. We won't have one that's too hot. And there's hot things around them, so we could do with some cooling pretty soon. So water temperature in versus out. That's a very good point, actually. Yeah. Because we're pumping in 23 degree heat water and it's pumping out 43. So it's adding 10 degrees to the water, and that's the same water source that we pump into the farms. So if we're adding 10 degrees of heat to what we send to the farms, that's going to hurt them. I mean, it's going to slowly heat up that area. Everywhere where this pipe runs is going to slowly heat up by 10 degrees. So I think what I'll do initially is cut back. We need to run it 4 times to build the bench I'm after, so we're going to run it 4 times and that's it. We'll only run it the bare minimum until we can unlock and implement some kind of cooling mechanism. Which, I suppose, in my mind, the simplest cooling mechanism would be take all of our water and pump it to where this ice is, and then pump it back again. Which doesn't seem... I mean, it's a long journey, I guess. But if we had an extra tank of water where it was hot, and we send that up to the ice and then back into a different tank where it's cool, I don't know, that seems viable. The other thing I wanted was to unlock, I forgot the name, thermoregulator? Where was that, in gas somewhere? Yeah, here. Which we can unlock now without the new bench. So we should unlock that. Yeah, get the thermoregulator unlocked. Copper is also a low heat recipe. Something like steel is much worse. Okay, cool. Interesting. It would probably heat water up by about 60 degrees. Wow. So yeah, I mean, you'd need to cool that off, right? Unless you're trying to heat it up, which I did consider. Like if you're wanting to make steam for a steam turbine, sending it through a metal refiner seems like a reasonable way to heat the temperature up. Not storing the raw copper here. Do I want to... I don't think I care. We'll leave that for now. That's fine. That's not fine. We're out of coal. Still, yeah, not sure what the intended power source is early game. Or at all, actually. I guess, I don't know late game because I've never been there, but... Coal doesn't seem particularly viable. Manual is manual. Hydrogen's definitely not viable. Bit weird. This is still not working. I'm plumbed. There's no filter on there. Bloody hell. That will definitely cause an issue. That, I think, has shown my point. It doesn't work, which is nice to see. But I'm still annoyed that that information isn't in-game. Maybe I need to Google it or something. There's a way to massively improve the efficiency of the coal generators. Interesting. Which one tips back? It's a difficult line, especially in games like this, isn't it? Always is. If it's something that the game is naturally going to tell me, like, for absolute certainty, I will find out myself. I don't want to be told, because I'm going to find out myself through the game. If it's something that can be missed, like, easily, then I want to be told, or at least told where to look, so that I don't miss it, you know. If there's some way of making these much better, or you know, making hydrogen work or something, it feels like that stuff the game isn't going to just tell me, you know. If it was a case of, it's just some research I'm going to do later, then I'm going to do that later and we'll see it. But if it's like, there's a game mechanic that you just have to know or not know, then I always appreciate being told that it exists, that's for sure. Automation is your friend. Can be used to make basically everything better. Yeah. What were we missing from automation anyway? I swear I needed the next bench to do something. Oh, I can't make smart battery yet. Which would be a big bonus, because it would stop us burning coal unnecessarily. So I guess that's like a priority, I think, for me, is getting smart battery. Where was that? In power. Well, we had it unlocked, I just can't build it. Or I can now. It takes 200 copper. So let's queue up another 2 sets and we'll make 1 smart battery there. I think that'll be worth it. Yeah. Turn machines off when they are useful. Yeah. So, I mean, in this case, I'm thinking smart battery is really good because it stops you over-generating. But I guess automation to stop overconsumption is good as well, right? Like, if I disable this pump until the water reaches a certain height, then that saves wattage. Ooh, I like that idea, actually. And I can enable or disable the carbon skimmers if I can detect the amount of carbon in the air. And the sieve, based on whether it's being fed. So that whole power network could kind of be... have its consumption reduced to very little. If we get some, like, atmospheric sensors. That's a thing, right? I'm not sure I've unlocked it, but I'm pretty sure it's a thing. We've just got insulated tiles and cheap and dirty ways of making cold things, sure. I wanted smart battery there to get that sorted out. Overload damage. Is that the wire? I can't tell, actually. I'm not sure it's possible to tell. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it's the, so that health bar is for the wire, not for the refinery, so I'm not as worried about that. No automation wire connected. Okay. So now we need to learn how this works. Automation wire. Can I plug the battery into the generators? Feels like all I should need to do. Logic activation. Sends a green signal when the battery is less than this number. Okay. High threshold sends the red signal when the battery is... So if we were at 90... The battery is at 90. It sends red until it is less than 0. Gonna take a minute to work out. Also, we've run out of coal, bit of an issue. We'll deal with that in a minute. So when the battery drops below 10%, it sends the green signal, and it continues to send the green signal until it hits 90. Which is to say, green means make power. When it hits 90, the signal changes to red, and it stays red until it drops below 10, which is to say, don't make power on red signal, I think. Is there any... where would we have those numbers? I don't want it to go to 0 because then things stop. So we want the low threshold to hold enough for the power to kick in and get things running again. Makes a lot of sense. The high threshold might as well be 100%. When it hits full, they stop making stuff and then they just wait. Yeah, so that might as well be 100. Then this is a different thing. Fuel request threshold is not part of the automation. Requested to deliver coal when the total charge of connected batteries falls below 50%. Sure. So there's no option there. Have they just not built the wire? The wire is there. Or is it simplified like green means go and red means stop regardless? Like I don't need to tell the generator. Green means go and red means stop. There's no help for the signals. Charge parameters. Smart batteries send a green signal when they require charging. So yeah, that seems fine. I guess we'll be able to tell if we actually had any coal. As long as it's working how I think it is, which is if you send a coal generator a green signal, it'll function, and a red one it won't. Unless I need something in between. Ooh. Right. Okay. I haven't left myself much space in the room. Do I need a signal switch in between? Not a switch, like a... I guess a switch. So you would put the signal into something, which would relay it forward. That seems unnecessary. It would only make sense if the switch powered the power to the generator. not an automation switch. So we're sending automation wire into the generator. The generator must react to the automation wire, I assume, but yeah. I think that's fine. We'll just have to keep half an eye on that for a while when we get enough coal to power it. And then see how it goes. But yeah, seems fine. Done all the refining we need, so I'm just going to disable that manually until we need more. No power is an issue. How much automation can we set up anyway? If I wanted sensors. That's beyond our research capability, for sure. Notification isn't necessary. Germ sensors. Interesting. Hydro sensor based on the liquid pressure. Insulated pipe. Hydro sensor sends signals when liquid pressure enters a chosen range. Must be submerged. I think that's one thing that I'm after. A liquid shutoff can stop the liquid flow. Could be helpful. Liquid reservoir sounds very helpful because we could get rid of those big tubs of liquid and put them into reservoirs instead. Liquid pipe thermosensor. Element sensor and all the rest of it. Okay. I think I want the hydro sensor. Just finish our current research. And that has got gas thermosensor. What about gas sensor? Oh, down here. Atmos sensor. Okay. So when we finish that research, I want improved plumbing and I want improved ventilation. Then we can measure stuff, and that I think will help as well. Cool. We still have a calorie issue. Let's get improved plumbing lined up. How are we doing? Now mostly berry based. Do we have a skill on Ren? We do. If you could learn grilling. Principally probably going to be a grill. So we'll change your hat. Critter ranching on the side. Yeah. Re-enable the grill and disable the musher. Good. This. Still not enough hydrogen there. Ventilation. Oh yeah, we were looking at it. Then I got distracted by various things. 2 pumps can't go through 1 pipe. Because every now and then it stops. And it's not like one is always stopped or 50-50. It could be close to 50-50, but it's not. The main issue is the bottom pump is sending hydrogen. That is a problem. Because that means if you can't send both through 1 filter and 1 pipe, we need to send each through its own filter and own pipe. So we need to add another 120 watts. Which is too much. Where are we? 240, 240. Another 120, yeah, it'll be 840, and we're only generating 800, so that's not... that doesn't work. Without feeding more power in. Which, I mean, we're feeding more power in at the moment, and it's not breaking the network, so... not the end of the world. The main deal is... hydrogen is making it to the bottom of the room. Or it's just not... the 2 gases aren't separating clearly. And I don't know how to make them. I'm sure you can force them to separate. If you like put a tile somewhere. Don't think so. Pump not in gas. What's happened there? We have no water. Oh, there's no power feeding the pump that puts the water in that makes the... Okay. Sure, it's a problem, but... Oh, it's a big problem. Okay. We have consumed way too much oxygen. Or our oxygen generation has been offline for way too long, is the problem. So... what can we do about that? We need to get that pump working, so we need to add manual generator to this network. Temporarily, I guess. I hope. Let's just put it in that doorway there and we'll get rid of it soon. So the water flows in and they actually continue generating. We'll also need to pipe this differently. We can't, yeah, we can't not filter it. I don't know what to do with it then. I guess the mistake was cramming it in that room. So if we just put the extra research somewhere else instead. The whole reason to cram it in was to make room to do extra research here. Just do extra research somewhere else. Maybe that would be okay. Or if we reduce the power consumption of this network enough, that might open some options. Leaving it connected in. Not sure. In any case, we can print. I don't want people, we can't handle it, so we'll take a ton of sandstone, I guess. Why not? We have an oxygen shortage, we are aware. Ooh. One more seed, plant that. We have researched various things, liquid reservoir and gas reservoir. That is bigger than I thought it would be. We'll redo that whole oxygen generator thing in both rooms, like it was before, I guess. Similar to how it was before. We'll just have to do research somewhere else. We'll clear out some room up the top, I guess. Or down the bottom. Probably up the top. Down the bottom's a bit hot and carbony. All these exclamation marks and then work out what I'm trying to do. I'm still wanting to research that one, improve ventilation as well. We've now got, where is it, hydro sensor. So if I'm putting that next to this pump, and we wire them into each other, I guess we might need some kind of calculation in between, but we'll try this, we'll see whether it works or not. So it said that the sensor needed to be submerged. So I'm hoping it sends a red signal if it isn't submerged. It's, yeah, difficult to build in there, that does make sense. Okay. Current ambient pressure is nothing. That's what I'd expect with it not being anything. Send a green signal if above 0. So the pump should currently be disabled. No, that's not how it works, I guess. Interesting. Plumbing-wise. It could be pumping because it's sat in liquid and it's not because it's not getting the green signal, so that much is working. When the polluted water level reaches the hydro sensor, which is a level up, it'll start pumping, but that's not quite what I want. I want it to start pumping, but continue pumping for a while. Otherwise it's just doing the same thing but at a higher water level, which isn't what I want. In which case, changing the pressure won't change it. That'll just raise the water level at which it starts working. You need a latch, right? That's the... I believe that's the programming term for it. Is there like just a thing that does that for us? We want to do... Is that research done as well? When the sensor emits a green light, we want to send a green light to the liquid pump until a different sensor says something else. That could be doable. I'm going to need some room to work this out though, so I'm going to deconstruct that one. I'm going to get rid of these exclamation marks. So on a hydro sensor at the bottom that is measuring the pressure at the bottom, and then I want one further up that is like the trigger point. It doesn't actually need to be higher up, I guess. They could be at the same level but with different pressure settings, but I don't know. In order to draw the program, this makes most sense to me. So the bottom one wants to emit I want it emitting a red signal if it's got 0. So we should send a green. No, hang on. This is going to kill my brain for sure. The top one emits a green signal when there's any liquid there. So green if above 0. The bottom one wants to send its A signal, preferably the red one, says stop, if its pressure is below 1. 1, because then it would stop. I mean, 1 is arbitrary. It could be 10, or the current pressure there is 30-ish, 35 and growing. I mean that's not a bad amount, so we could go with that, but I'll stick with 10 for now. So if the pressure drops really low, this one goes green. If the level is higher, so just try and get that straight in my head. Then it's a case of it's like an and or an or that we need to put in there to control it. Which did we unlock? Don't think we did. They're in that one. Yep, need to research that. Sends a green if the level's there, and this one is sending a green if the level's really low. Other way round. Other way round. If the bottom one sends a green signal... No. If the top one sends a green signal, keep going until the bottom one sends a red signal. Awkward. So do we use a switch for that? No, that's like an input, right? Switch is like an input. We input a red or a green, we don't control it. I want something we control using the sensors to switch, and then it retransmits. I guess we need to unlock it. Yeah, yes, Piggy the Flies, it's maybe too soon for me to try and work something like this out. Though I would like to. We should, however, be focusing on multiple things. What is going wrong? I really want to get that working, but I also really need oxygen. Yeah. People are going to stop breathing if I don't give them more, so let's set up old style. Some algae down the bottom. Gee, algae everywhere, I think. Just so they don't suffocate while I'm looking at other stuff. The ribbon isn't what I'm after, that's not going to help me. And or buffer and filter. Filter might be what I'm after. Buffer or something like that might do the job. Because I need all the tools before I know how the game... Because different games do this kind of programming differently. Signal counter might be possible to do with that. Memory stuff. Checkpoint. Interesting. Signal selectors and distributors. Way too confusing for me. Sounds like the filter gate might do what I'm after. Only lets a green signal through if the input has received it for longer than the selected time. Yeah. That might help. Buffer continues sending a green signal for amount of buffer. That might simplify it even more, as it's just a time-based thing. We just have a sensor that's at a certain level that disables everything, and then when the water reaches that level, it re-enables them for a set amount of time, like, you know, a minute or whatever, which happens to be long enough to clear the liquid out. We might have to time it to get it correct, but I don't know. That might be the simplest way of doing it. Possibly. We'll see. If we can work it out when we've unlocked a few more things. I also did see when we were feeding a red signal to the liquid pump, it didn't disable it. It didn't, like, disable the power consumption, which is what I was after. So we might need, instead of automating the pump, we might need to automate a power switch that's nearby, possibly. Let's see. What are we trying to do? So the idea is we don't need to run this liquid pump and this water sieve if there's just a trickle of polluted water. If there's, you know, because it drains a bunch of power like on and off all the time, which isn't needed. If we wait until the water level reaches this sensor and then we pump and sieve to clear through some of it, it's more efficient usage of the power, I think. Especially if the polluted water like stops dripping in or whatever. Not sure. The issue is having the hydro sensor like trigger on and off doesn't improve the flow. It just moves the water level where that flickering begins. Because as soon as the water level drops below the sensor, it stops again. So we're looking for a system by which the pump is off until the water reaches a certain level, then it's on until it drops to a different level. So wanting to enable the pump only, or enable it when it hits the top, and then disable it when it hits the bottom. And that might just be too complicated to be worth doing. Because the game gives you a buffer gate, which costs us 25 copper, which I don't love. But if we just triggered the top one into a buffer gate, it would enable the pump until the timer on the buffer runs out, which seems like an acceptable solution to me. At some point we might want to time how long that should be, but you know, we can put a random number in and then fix it later, I think. So put that there and get rid of the bottom one. Seems fine. The remaining issue is the point is to reduce power draw, and I'm not sure that the automation is doing that. Can we see details on that? Yeah, energy. So the pump is currently disabled by automation grid, but the energy is consuming up to 240 watts every now and then. Don't know why. Okay, it has an idle power draw, and the automation isn't stopping that. Plug the new stuff in anyway to see, you know, feed it properly and then see. Check our printables. Some ice. Sure. I'll take free ice. I don't want people. If I've got free ice, I might as well get a fan and put it in an area of concern. Like there or there. Let's stick it in that room for now. We'll turn that free ice into cooling. Does that need power? Apparently not. It's fine. 240 should be only when it's drawing water. That's what I thought. Although, I don't know, it has seemed that disabling the building, well, ensures that it doesn't draw any power, for sure. That it might be necessary. But I thought that's what the automation network was doing. It's the same as clicking the disable building button. It performs the same function. But apparently it's still drawing power. It's got some... Oh, that's this... That's not this machine, that's the circuit. How can I see just this machine? Here. So the flickering is this liquid filter and this liquid pump. It's not this liquid pump. It's the one that's actually doing something and actually filtering. So this one is not drawing power. Okay. Good. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. So what I want to do is change this buffer gate. I don't think 5 seconds is going to be enough. Let's go with 30 to begin with. When the polluted water reaches that top level, the pump gets switched back on. Until it reaches that, it doesn't bother. And the actual amount of energy used should be the same. No, it won't be, actually. It won't be because, in this case, we're ensuring that it sends full blobs through the pipe. When it's taking dribbles in, you see how some of the blobs are not full. It spends the same amount of electrical energy to send a partial blob as it does to send a full blob. So this should actually reduce power consumption as well as making it more consistent, which is good. The sieve then, because it's not actively sieving, it isn't drawing power. That's interesting. I had that assumed wrong then. Okay, cool. If it's not actively doing it, it's not drawing, so I don't really need to control that. When this pump starts, it'll start drawing power as well, and that's fine. I can leave it to it. I could remove this liquid filter in here. It's only there because someone had an accident before and we had to clear out some polluted water from this tank. I still think it's good practice to have it there. That network isn't doing badly. That battery's full. Or close to full. Even though we have no coal. Oh, it's because I plugged in the manual generator. Yeah, okay. We have another hatchling egg that is incubating. Good. 50% of the way to an extra hatchling, which gets us the extra coal to... It might get there in the end. Oxygen is still a huge issue. What we can do about that, and the calories aren't growing enough either. They should be at this point. I shouldn't need to do anything. I can though. I disabled that building. We're going to re-enable it. I just deconstruct the musher. If we actually enable the grill, we'll start cooking the berries, which is good. We want a fridge at that point, I think. Gristleberry... yeah, gristleberry still takes 8 cycles. No, that's fine. A fridge would be nice, but we don't need it. I am confused though. Oh, he was... Hang on. We have no bristleberries available. They've all been eaten. Fine. We are pretty short on food then. These are at 90%. Could be okay. Fine. The icy fan is too cold. Interesting. But fine, whatever. It was free ice to turn into cold. Okay. What's the next project? Anything more to control? I think fine for now. I'd like to start working. These bugs are in the way and stuff. I'd like to start working our way down, moving our hydrogen and oxygen generation here, using the water from this geyser somehow, and I wanted... I did unlock it, didn't I? The thing that cools gases down. Doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, I did unlock it. Thermoregulator. Don't know what section it's under, but I have it. And it only takes metal ore to make. I think we could do something with it, maybe. Keep in mind that food spoils slower in carbon dioxide, and that stacks with refrigeration. Ah! So if you put your fridge inside a CO2 atmosphere, it lasts longer. Weird, but okay. Not sure I'd bother, but interesting. If we start making food that is good and doesn't last long, it seems worth looking at, definitely. The extra seeds we need now. There we go, just in time really. We don't have enough food to feed everyone today. So they're going to harvest a berry. And they're currently taking over to that ration box, which we want to change that. If I'm moving the ration box, should I just put a fridge in anyway? I'm sure it's... yeah, I've got a power thing there anyway. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. 120 watts. That network is now overloaded. But part of that is because I've plugged it into this network as a kickstart, because this is really not working. So why don't I disconnect that? Yeah, that's fine, and we need to get this working because we need oxygen badly. Yeah. Those terrariums are not good enough. It's okay though. It's fine. Refrigerator's gonna accept edible food. It's cooking ingredient. There. Yeah, we'll mix it, and then the ration box can be deconstructed, I guess. Fine. Didn't add many calories for some reason. Also, that's disabled. What? Did I click the wrong button? I feel like I did. Not sure how those shine bugs got in there either, but that's kind of nice. Bristleberries are in storage. fine. Bristleberries go in there, then they get delivered to there, and then they get grilled. Calories are being moved as well. Yeah, it's going back up as I put it in the fridge. Maybe we're okay. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's going up now. Okay. They're not going to immediately starve, but they are very close to not being able to breathe, so let's start prepping this area to move a bigger hydrogen water separatey thingy. We want to shut the gases in, so we're going to use solid tile. And there as well. Deal with that after. So there will be a floor there. And there. That probably wants airflow. Yeah, I think. The doors want to be solid doors. Again, I think. Though, I feel like it worked reasonably well when the bottom allowed flow out. The top definitely wants to lock off so hydrogen doesn't seep out the sides. But if the separator, the whatever it's called, electrolyzer, is sat on that flow there, everything below it is not hydrogen. And the oxygen flowing out isn't a bad thing, because it might help if that pumpage isn't pumping hard enough. Seems fine. I think, just off the top of my head, that we can also improve the consistency of the hydrogen supply using an atmosphere sensor. Not that we need to check if it's not that we need to check if it is hydrogen, just that if the pressure at the top of the room reaches a certain level, it's probably hydrogen. I don't know. We might need to play around with that, which means people might suffocate to death and we'll have a bigger problem. But, you know, I've said before, we can just, you know, if we have to restart because I'm playing around too much, then that's what we'll do. Let's get the rest of that planned in. Get that ladder down. That's going to want uprooting. It's fine. They can start building that digging as well. It's going to release a bunch of polluted oxygen. They can just breathe that in and turn it into carbon dioxide, and then it won't be an issue. Seems okay. Food isn't good though. It's to last a whole 6 cycles till the next harvest. Oh, some of these are almost ready. Okay. That might be okay. I probably should have kept the musher around so we could make something basic. Oh well. See. Also looks like the water level, I mean it's dropped today, but it's hovering around the same level at the moment, so I'm kind of happy with the water situation. It'd be interesting to replace it with that. Where did it go? The storage units. Never going to get used to what's in what menu. Should be in plumbing, right? But it's not. It's in base? It's in base. Liquid reservoir. It's a bit ugly. But yeah, you just pump a liquid in and pump a liquid out. Makes sense. And it's a lot smaller than that entire room is. So we could free up quite a lot of base space if we put them, you know, polluted went into one of these instead. Can it be automation control? Maybe, hopefully. Or we can put a liquid shut-off on its output to be automation controlled. I think we could shrink a lot down a long way like that. What do they cost to make? Metal ore. Pretty cheap then. Okay. There's a project for at some point. I'm not sure how we kind of begin with that though. I guess we'd also need a way of getting bottles of water out of the reservoir. I'm not sure how you do that. Interesting. Peterbread, hello, welcome in. Nice to see you. What does the gate do above the polluted water? The gate above the polluted water. This buffer gate. It's a timer so that it keeps pumping. The hydro sensor is level and set to 0, so when the polluted water reaches that level, we start filtering it, and not before, because what it was doing is just a trickle of polluted water comes in and the pump switches on and pumps it around and sieves it, even though it's a tiny little amount. And that doesn't make a lot of sense. It's better to wait for a full unit. So the sensor's there to wait for the full unit, and then the buffer gate's there to just keep it pumping for a bit. I've set it to 30. I'm not sure that's probably too much, but you know, we'll find out when it actually switches on for the first time. Not sure when that'll be, but I think it'll be a while before it grows that much. What are they? What has happened here? 4 people are idle, even though they could be digging. It's unreachable. Oh, the ladder. Needs to touch the floor. That's fine. And what are we doing? Okay. Somehow, some reasonable amount of oxygen has made it to the top of the base. And the skimmers are doing a bad job. I guess that one needs switching back on. That would help. And that one, nothing wrong with it. Again, that is something we should control. Right? It's not a priority. I don't think I'm going to worry about it now, but we should only carbon skim if the density of carbon in the atmosphere is enough to form a full blob of polluted water. Whatever that means. But, you know, something like that, so that it's not constantly skimming tiny amounts out of the air. Find some way of doing that, I'm sure. Coal generator is supplied with a little. And the battery's good. I think I'm going to keep the manual generator for a while. Maybe until our second hatches. Yeah. For a bit. Food is okay. Not bad. And some more harvesting to be done soon. Okay, food seems stable enough that I'm not overly concerned now. This room is ready. Yep. Other than being full of carbon. Do we want to move the skimmer down? Nah. Could have done. But we'll just move the skimmer to one even further down in the future sometime. It's fine. Want to set up something like that, but better. And the but better is a bit confusing. So I know I need to electrolyze a supply of water, which we might be grabbing from here. Rather grab from here for the time being. I think if we're grabbing water from this geyser that's hidden behind here to make oxygen, then I can't also use that to make steam to try out the steam turbines. Unless we can find some other way of getting a net gain of water into the system. Somehow, maybe. Not sure. So I'd rather take it from the cycle where things are getting... I don't think we have a net gain anymore. We're using too much for farming. But at least, like, liquid is generated through the toilets. Maybe. Just gonna see what I can print. Ooh! Now 3 hatchling eggs, that's very tempting. we can get coal from them. I don't want people. Can't give them enough oxygen. But so the eggs are going to incubate in this room. Can I move them? Yeah, move 2 over there. There we go. That's a helpful button. Fine. Room is currently full of polluted oxygen and carbon dioxide, so we want to shift that out first. Not necessarily first, but we want to shift that out. Which we could do just by generating a bunch of oxygen and increasing the air pressure. No. It's got nowhere to go. That's fine. We can pump polluted oxygen and carbon dioxide into the ventilation system. That's fine. Just need to... What I want to be doing is reducing the number of gas filters involved. Which is fine, right? We think. In this situation we have a gas pump in the bottom underneath the electrolyzer. Which is there. Electrolyzer above it. And then we have a pump maybe in the top right corner. We can have a pump anywhere above it that has a filter. But if we want to do it without a filter, we need to have some way of guaranteeing that it's hydrogen that it's getting. I can't see any consistent way of doing that. Unless we can with an atmosphere sensor. Lost us a bit of copper, but okay, I'll live. Establishes gas pressure. There is gas element sensor, right? When the selected gas is detected on the tile. Doesn't seem consistent enough. I mean, it might be. So it's next to the pump we have the gas element sensor, and if it says hydrogen, then it can pump it. I don't love it. I mean, it just seems more consistent to have a filter. And I know it's 120 watts or whatever. But as long as there's only one filter, then the system is mathematically acceptable. Let's have it how it was before and see. Like, it's no good for the power, but it was good, very good before at oxygen supply, so if you set it up like that, maybe it'll be okay. So that is one gas pump underneath, one above, filter. Next to that pump, then, where is it? Power for the hydrogen generator. Can go there, sure. And oxygen for the electrolyzer. Go there. I think. Those are the elements. Yeah. Oh, a battery, sure. Just to keep it a buffer. And we do actually now have space. Could put a gas... Can only just fit a gas reservoir in that spot there. So if we flip things around a bit, we could build up a head of hydrogen, which I think might help. So if I put a gas reservoir there to grab the hydrogen, we'll build some in there maybe, somehow. There's hopefully a setting or something. And then generator there and a little battery by the door. And all that. Fine, and then plumbing wise. Take that water for now. Sure. Ventilation wise. Pipes. I need to pipe that. Pump into the filter. The filter's output into the tank into the generator. And then the output from here needs to go up into the ventilation system. And the output from the filter that is not hydrogen should join in a straight line. Yeah. Maybe. Let's get that up and running and see what happens, I guess. And dismantle the old one. I mean, it's literally doing nothing right now, so... Make them prioritise the building, finish that first, then I'll dismantle the old one. The deodorizers are now doing more work. They were also inconsistently working, but their power draw is so small I didn't really care. But now that we actually are building up polluted water in the room, it's getting pretty stinky in there. To tidy up more, I guess we don't have space. No. Does look like we've spent a lot of our copper ore though. Probably swap that over to be dirt. What's that? That's more metal ore. We have the one down here as well, so yeah, let's swap that over to be stone. Shoeing. Oh, that's interesting actually. The bristle blossom that was here before couldn't grow because it was too hot, but this one is growing okay. So this corner of the base has cooled down. Is that just because of the tiny bit of ice we put through this fan? It seems unlikely, but it's possible. This area, just from that ice sitting on the floor above it, has cooled down because the compost was making a bit of heat, and now the ice is okay. Cool. Seems like ice is pretty effective. Might be good if we could find a way of using it. Let's not forget this time. We need to set the filter. And we need to kickstart the system when it's good. Could be awkward. Could plug it into that one. They're missing. They haven't built the reservoir yet. I think I did say last time I played it would be nice if there was a faster fast forward. Just me being lazy, I guess. Impatient. Peter, we're trying to find a way to cool down the water after it goes through the refinery, yeah. Before you place it in the water reservoir. We were looking at that earlier. I've just been doing copper, which apparently is not too scary. But the later metals get a lot hotter. It's interesting. I mean, just passing it through an icy biome seems good enough to me. Like we'd run a pipeline up here, make it insulated through this hotter section, and then make it radiant pipe in the icy section and send it back, and hope that would cool it enough. Don't know, but yeah. I think there's a debug option that allows 5 or 10 times speed. Oh, I'm going to have to look for that. I mean, we're on, what, 3 times speed, and I'm running 83 frames a second, which isn't amazing, but we could probably do it 5 times without things going awful. Maybe. Does the radiant pipe allow extreme hot water? I think my understanding is the radiant pipe allows the transfer of heat energy. So if you have a cold outside and a hot inside, they balance. And if you have a hot outside and a cold inside, they balance. So radiant should just allow transfer of heat better, whereas insulated prevents transfer of heat. Or not prevents, but reduces. But, you know, I could be wrong. I've not actually built it, so I don't know. Aquatuners. Aquatuners interest me a lot. Yeah, because we, you may not have noticed, I've mentioned it a couple of times, but hidden behind here is a water geyser that's outputting 95-degree water. So I was quite tempted to try and heat that a bit more to form steam and use a steam generator up here. I don't know if they're any good for generating power, but it seemed like an interesting thing to do with the water, so we might give it a go. And originally I was thinking you can just, there's like a tepidizer, I think it's called. It just heats water. Yeah, their liquid tepidizer just heats water. But then I was thinking, what if we passed through, I mean, there's the liquid-based aqua tuner, there's also the gas-based one. So I was thinking of passing all of that oxygen that we generate through that. And then when we pump the oxygen around our base, it would be cooled down, and the water would be heated up to form the steam. The only thing that concerns me at the moment about that is it's right in the middle of our base. So if our steam generation is in the middle of the base, it's going to generate a lot of heat. So we'd need to insulate this area a lot for that to make any sense, I think. Not sure. What are we missing here? Here I want to set up. So it's got logic activation. All that I wanted was for the gas reservoir to hold a buffer. So I shouldn't change anything or disable it. If we're not getting enough hydrogen, we'll have the same issue regardless of what a buffer is. It's just there so that if there's more than the hydrogen generator can hold, it doesn't waste it or it doesn't back up the system or anything. It might be the opposite of what we want, but we'll see. That's fine, we just need to kickstart this. So I'm just going to plug it into there. We'll see. General idea for the refinery, I make tons of heat. Turbines eat heat, yeah. Move the refinery to a turbine so you can, yeah, exchange them. Yeah, it's a good point, Pidgey, actually, that I did a little looking and researching and stuff in various things, and a lot of it's like people have done something in sandbox mode and said, oh, just do this. And you know, when you need to switch it on, just connect this to this. It's like, it's easy to say connect this to this when you're playing in sandbox mode. It's not always that simple in game. The new one's up and running, so I'm going to disconnect everything, all the wires, all the pipe work, that pipe we still need, and the ventilation connections there. Oh, I forgot again. If you break a pipe full of water, you get water everywhere. My bad. So I've got 2 spare rooms up here. Just gonna get rid of that and put the airflow into this room as well. Clear out that leftover hydrogen that's sat in there. This seems to be doing its job okay. There's a lot of oxygen being picked up at the top though, which is actually preventing flow up the ventilation system. Interesting. Did it work out before? We're generating more oxygen than a pump can handle. But yeah, I don't know what a pipeline can take, I guess. That's something I'm going to have to Google because I can't find it in-game. But how much can one pipeline carry? Because if you need 1 pipe per pump, then this... I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world, because the air can flow out of this door, but probably not quick enough. We have a ton of carbon dioxide up here. Weird. Very weird. Also seem to be running, like the water is running down. Should be because we're not processing what's over here back in. But the balance might be off here. So I feel like we might want to feed more water into our system. We did feed quite a bit in earlier, but it might be time for more. We can can see that, but math, I believe 2 pumps per pipeline at max efficiency. Should be nice if both of these outputs could go in the same one. It could be, no. Oh, I wonder if it could be 2 pumps per pipeline if it's all the same material. Because where they're joining here, it is causing one of them to back up, and that might just be because every now and then it's carbon dioxide taking up a square. Or these aren't complete squares. So if we put like a... what's it called? A valve in the pipe, with that forces the little squares to form into full ones before they move forward. Like, that can be done. Although that wouldn't work if we've got a mix of carbon and oxygen. I don't think. It's not bad. It doesn't seem to be like backing up. There's no error message on the pump saying help. So I think it's fine. The oxygen level is increasing, I think. Yeah, seems okay. Just curious about why the carbon dioxide's there, but fine, it is. It'll move eventually. I'm going to keep the algae terrariums around for a little bit longer. We'll get rid of them eventually. And we'll need to move the carbon skimmers at some point soon, but that's whatever. Okay. There's one little thing done. Still not completely confident on the coal power, so I'll keep that generator there. Hatches haven't hatched yet. Food level is fine, and we're approaching another harvest, so I think, yeah, our farm is doing well. Little farm. Still need to, I don't know, just mine this uranium out, I guess, and see what happens. Why don't we set up that research bench? We still... oh, we've got printables. I'll take some gold, I guess. Fine. They want to get rid of the fan. If we've got rid of all that ice... no, there's still some there. They can keep going then. But I do want to use this room for this next researching, which I'm not sure I understand, but hopefully we'll be able to bring this together. Oh, I used up some of the copper, didn't I? We have to make another one. God, what, 280 kilos. Oh, so I used too much. Need 400, so we need to go twice. Okay, fine. After sleepies, I can make more copper. Although that is going to cause a problem. Power-wise. Because it's going to draw so much, I don't want it to interfere with this network down here. So we'll disconnect that now. I mean, this should now be good. In terms of powering itself. Not sure about the oxygen supply, but the rest of it seems good. The input into the hydrogen generator is full and consistent, which it wasn't before. So that's nice. We seem to be capturing it pretty well. Which is interesting. I guess eventually, how can I see? Material view? If I've replaced this door with an airlock, we know no carbon would get in unless, you know, someone walks through and lets it in. But then the carbon wouldn't flow in, and we wouldn't need to pump that out. So the pump might become more efficient at getting the oxygen out of here, but it does mean no oxygen can flow out of here, which might help. Shouldn't need to. The electrolyzer makes 2 pumps worth of gases, And we have 2 pumps. I'm going to give that a go. We'll put a manual airlock on that door instead. And just see what happens. It also is tempting to put an atmosphere sensor in for the whole thing and just let it build up some pressure to create gas separation in the room. But we'll see what happens in this case, and then we can change it more in the future. It's fine. Good. That's looking a lot nicer in the top of the base, where the actual output of the gas is. Which makes sense. The pressure from that should force everything down into the skimmers. This little pocket's going to become very carbony, but we'll be building here soon enough. That'll be fine. Still would like to feed more water in. What options have we got? Could take this pocket, or these slimy pockets over here could be fed in. Might be doable. Don't really want to pump the water into the system because it's slow. Rather gravity feed the system. Which, yeah, not many options on any other side other than the left here, so... how we did it before really didn't go well. I think we should use this pocket that we had before. Let's just kind of tidy this up, I guess, to prepare it. We always end up having to mop in the end, so I don't think we can avoid that. I need a few bits of ladder to reach some of that. I'll be tidying up later. Yeah, still a consistent supply. We do have some coal in the storage, not in the machines, so... Yeah, there's a pressure issue on the output, okay. And that's not such an issue because it's dividing this single pipeline into 6. So one of them at the top being overpressured isn't so bad. If it fills, the next one below will just output. It's when all 6 have got a pressure issue that we'll need to worry about what we do. Guess we'll need like an excess. It's a way, I know there is a way of kind of prioritising the line. I think use a bridge or something. Then you can prioritise one line, and then if that one backs up, we send the rest to vent somewhere. Somehow. System looks good. Very happy with that, actually. And yeah, now there's no little tiny bits of carbon coming in. But there are just tiny bits of oxygen. Can I just tell the pump? No. That it needs to wait for a certain pressure. We would need an atmos sensor connected to the pumps. I know. You wouldn't necessarily need to connect one to the bottom pump. Just the top one? Don't know. Let's provide a nice healthy supply of oxygen for a while so people can breathe. And then maybe when the base is very well oxygenated, we'll play around with that again with an atmosphere sensor. Have they finished? They have. So I can now make that material study terminal in this room. And we'll find out what this is about. So it has like an input port on it for rad bolts. So we need... I don't think we need to reflect, we just need to generate them. It tracks nearby radiation. And then pipe that into there somehow? Don't know, we could just put it next to it and hope. Is it pipe or... I mean, there's no pipe in here, so let's build one and see what happens. If we have to tear it down and rebuild it, we'll live. Oh, I'd quite like to capture the shine bugs and shove them in the room. No power. Sure, it needs power. Emitting particle direction towards the bench. I hope it doesn't hurt people that walk past or something. Will emit a rad bolt in the chosen direction when you have 50 of them, which is the minimum. Okay, fine. Now we want to connect that to this network. Although that is a lot of wattage required, that could be an issue. Food might not be refrigerated so good, but we'll live. We don't have more power source, so we'll live. Let's get that there. And currently space for the fan to stay, so we can for the time being. That's all cleared out, so get rid of those ladders that are there. Then we're gonna... the water level's already intentionally a bit high, so I kind of want to feed it in higher up. So I shouldn't have tidied that up so much. Should build it here. I guess. Deconstruct that corn piece. Might not be enough, actually. That might cause them to flood that door. Well, we'll see how that goes. Probably a disaster. If we kind of drip the water in, it might be okay. This is right here, so we might as well go for this. Don't see any reason not to. Don't really want the slime to exist in the world because it's stinky. But we can't get the bottom water out unless we do, so be it. Are people just going to get... Yeah, I think people are just going to have to get covered in disgusting water because it's the only way I can get it dug out. Unless we dug a second tunnel. They'll live. I hope. I think. Let's get rid of the algae terrariums now. We're definitely in a good spot with oxygen. And they are producing pollution, so... Let's be rid of them. Awaiting rad bolts. Okay. So we need a radiation source in this room. It is no, like, just tiny little background or anything. You need some kind of source. Like, enjoy the idea of shine bugs as a source, but we do have this uranium ore that maybe we can do something with. Ooh. 12,000 calories of spicy tofu seems nice. A snazzy suit. So someone wears it and it increases decoration around them. Which reminds me, we should be decorating. I think we're going to go with food. We were in a good spot, now we're in a really safe spot. Until it decays and whatever. That did remind me. We unlocked... Oh, we can't do canvas. We don't have any fibres. That's an annoying requirement. We don't have the fibre to make any paint. Any, paintings. Okay. What can we put above their beds that we can make? I guess a wall pot? We could sow a pretty plant above all their beds? It's something. Crown moulding. Ah, interesting. So granite would increase decor a bit more. We have quite a lot of that. So this will add 5 decor within 3 tiles. Also going to look weird as hell though. I love that. Corner bits might be okay with the top. 2 of them is 10. How much can a plant do? Depends on the plant, I suppose. I don't think we have many seeds available to do much. Fruits and mealwood isn't going to be pretty, is it? No, it's the opposite of pretty. I mean, bristle blossoms were flowers, right? They add 15. But they can't fit in there, I'm sure. Because they grow too tall. So we need something shorter, I guess, I don't know. If there is anything. We saw these being short out in the world, but I don't think we've got any seeds for them. And they're not pretty. Yeah, oxyfern, we had some seeds. They need a farm plot to grow, so that I don't think that's really going to work. Gonna have to go with some granite corner moulding, I think. Just so they have something. Oh, it has to be literally in a corner, which that isn't, because the vent... Okay, well that's fine. That room can have a sculpture in it. We'll see how that goes. Okay, that's all dug through. Yeah, I think someone's just going to have to go. Break that slime down and get disgusting. Coal supply is getting better, actually. I'm going to get rid of that hamster wheel. Just making sure they're not deconstructing the gas pipe as well. Just want the wire. Yeah, they did the gas pipe as well. Reconnect that quick. Ooh, nice, that's flowing in. Get more from up there. It's a bit of a long journey for someone to stand in polluted oxygen for that long. It seems like a bad idea. I'm not sure about putting pacus into our wastewater spot. I guess there's nothing wrong with it. Also, something's wrong with that liquid pipe. Not sure what's going on there. That looks a bit weird to me. Blobs are flowing, but they're also not flowing. And the pump isn't pumping consistently. So yeah, don't know what that's about. We could do... I don't think it's a bad thing to have fish in water. No, seems okay. Do we want to dig a higher tunnel to then break? Not worth it, is it? Let's just, yeah, get people sick and live with it. Head all the way up there, dig that out, and dig all that out. We're going to discover what's over this side as well. And everyone's going to get super slimy and sick. Lovely. Don't you wish you lived here? That is a sculpture. Oh, it gives 11 decoration. Okay, I'm fine. I mean, personal taste and everything. Still, people are really not going to be happy with their bedrooms. They are not. Oh, there's a bunch of junk on the floor. That won't help. Some of it. Not sure about all that. We're going to have to find a source of fibres so we can make pretty paintings and everything, I guess. The only option. What have we got over here? Some kind of construction back there. Sulphur and sand, as usual. That's warm. Not too warm. Something cold over here. More ice and stuff. Okay. Nice. There's another nearby ice biome, I guess. Nearby-ish. Cool. We can see a bit more from down here too. It's bigger than previous stuff. Could be worth having a little dig down there. To be interesting. Okay, they've dug that out. Water's going to flow in. No one's just standing around causing trouble there, so that's fine. Once all that water's flown down, we'll go mop up the little bits and then block it all off so slimy stuff doesn't wander in. We might get that water in as well, but the system's got space for more. As long as we don't burn through all of our power trying to filter this all. Didn't think of that, but it should be fine. Still not pumping right. I bet that's a throughput thing, although I thought we checked that. No, I think we checked and I said it's fine to do less. The pump is sending 10 kilograms a second and the sieve does 5. Yeah. Yeah. So we should be splitting that into 2 sieves if we want it to flow properly. Which we do. Because the whole point is for the pump to flow. Yeah. And if they're not sieving, they're not costing us anything, so it's only the cost of building it. Which is absolutely fine. So we'll take some of that pipe in and some of that over there, and then output can join that. That could be an issue. In that they're outputting 5s, and the pipe can carry more than that. Plumbing. If someone would give that some sand, that would be nice. No, apparently not. Oh, power. My bad. Hopefully that doesn't overload anything. Seems fine. Gas pressure on the right hand side is a lot. Oh, we got our sage hatchling is born. How lovely. There's enough food in the feeder, so that should mean more coal. But yeah, gas is overpressured in the base. Which, okay, I guess. Not much we can do about it. More people would be good. They would consume and keep things cycling. Because the skimmer deletes, right? That's what I understood. It deletes the carbon dioxide. So yeah. But I don't want more people. We can't. Well, we probably can feed them. Is it like 2 more? Because we're grilling now? Not worth the risk. So that's flown. Let's do the silly approach and just build that ladder all the way up. Rather than trying to get things flying a different way. I guess we're going to find out what happens. If all that oxygen can't come out of the vents and it backs all the way up down the system and into here, if no one opens the door, it's a sealed environment. So the electrolyzer will eventually fully pressurize this room. Does it stop itself? No idea. Maybe not. It's pretty hot down there though. Now the sieves are hot as well. Maybe we should move that fan. Still some ice there. Maybe we should just move the ice and sit it on the floor down here. We can put it there over that pipe. Maybe that'll help. Who knows? We'll see. Still need to work out. So radiation source. What might work? Can we just get put the uranium ore into a storage tank next to it? Probably just put the uranium ore on the floor next to it. Shine bugs emit radiation. It might be nice to... We would need to unlock the next level of wrangling, right? For air-based things? Or did we get air-based things? Oh no, we unlocked it. Did we? Yeah. Airborne trap. But then we need to like domesticate them to stop them from just leaving if someone opens the door. Like, you know, if the door's shut, the door's shut. The research is going to be coming in and out though, so something different seems better. Let's get ourselves some uranium and see what happens. Oops. Don't dig too far up here though. That'll do. Ooh, printables. More shine nymph eggs just so that they're in the base. Sure, our bliss burst plant. It didn't look that interesting when we looked. Yeah, we'll go. They can sit there. Eventually they will turn into the creatures and then they'll fly around. As long as they don't get into people's bedrooms, I think it's fine. No power. Oh, we've run out of coal again. Okay. I thought it might happen adding the sieve and draining more power. It's a problem. Oh well. This system also stops. Yeah, we need to vent that hydrogen somehow. Because if it fills this reservoir up with hydrogen, the electrolyzer will stop. Or the room will get overpressured with hydrogen and then stop. I think that's a long way off, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Like, I think there is a problem waiting to happen there. So when it happens, we can take a look at what we do about it, I guess. Oh, the fishies are in. Lovely. How are we going to power everything up? Could just feed the two networks together, but I don't really want to do that. I think we just need to go back to having a manual feed in. I think is best. Unless we could have a different kind of battery in here, and when it reaches a certain point, release energy into the other network, if it will accept it. Because we are overproducing wattage in here. Like, this battery is full. Don't really want to mess with it though. Let's do the simple thing until we can get improvement. Let's plug some manual supply in. Oh, some shine bugs have moved into the room. Shine nymphs, I guess. Get the name right. Quick, stick a door on it and lock them in there. That's more water. Good. Not sure we want what's up here, but we'll release it anyway and see what happens. I might just leave the ladder there rather than trying to mess around with that this time. Did those... they didn't... They're still incubating. Let's move the shine eggs into this room so they are born in there. And, you know, maybe they'll stay in there, who knows, but maybe they will. Long enough to generate some rad bolts. It's doing like a little animation now. I don't think it was doing that before. And there is radiation in the room. Oh, it tells us here if we mouse over. Collecting rad bolts 5 per cycle. 5 per cycle. It's not a lot. You can store 100 in the terminal, although I guess I don't know. Is it 1 rad bolt per research maybe? So if you need 20 and it's 1, that's 5 per cycle. It's 4 cycles to get something done. That's not awful. Not good, but not awful. Maybe more bugs will make it better. Is there anything where we were like, oh, we need that research to proceed? There was, but I can't remember what. Transit tubes. Seems a bit premature, we don't really have the materials. Catalytics. Seems interesting. Synthesize oxalite using oxygen and gold. Interesting. Produce bleach stone. Processes rare materials into advanced goods. Oh, creates soda. Okay, that one I understand. Coffee I'm not particularly concerned with. I'm sure it's probably pretty good. Scrubbing and desalination doesn't particularly help us with what we have available to us at the moment. Red bolt manipulation. The other research thing? Nope. Don't know what it was I was after. I mean, renewable energy was a thing. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Maybe we go for that. Space power. No. It's this. Oh, steam turbine is in renewable energy. So yeah, that's where we're heading. Let's do that. Finish off low resistance conductors and then do this option. Maybe we'll dig up and try and get some solar power working. It could be interesting. Don't know. Well, they're not getting far because they have to hold their breath to get up there. Could dig in a different way to get it finished up. We'll leave it. They'll get through it eventually, just slowly. Power remains an issue. Oxygen. Improving still. Good. Plenty in the areas people spend most of their time. And the more industrial areas, not great, but good enough. Very stinky room there. But there we go. I don't know, I think the next thing is to start working on this geyser and see where that ends up. This can store up to 100 and this only shoots at 100. I don't know. We're at 50, yep. Yeah, no idea. We'll leave that at the default and see what happens. Ooh, here we go. We have uranium ore. It is not emitting radiation. Can be refined into fuel for research reactors. Well, it seems like it's important to keep around then. Say metal ore. We could build something out of it. Just it might be a waste, but I'm curious. We make a metal tile. Can make it from lead or copper, not from uranium. Lead is an excellent radiation shield, apparently, so that's the opposite of what we're after. Oh, because that's like refined stuff. Kind of. We want to build something out of the ores, and uranium becomes an option. So we can't make a metal tile out of it. We can make an airflow tile out of it, which is weird. Not exactly what I want. It's something we can stick next to that, though, which I guess is going to have to be a tile like that. Is there anything else that'll make any sense? Make a uranium pipe? No, they're made of stone. And vents? Also made of stone or rock, okay. Now pots made of stone. It seems like there might be something there. No. It's all, yeah, all stone stuff. Okay. Temp shift plate. Accelerates or buffers heat dispersal based on the material. Interesting. It's like the opposite of an insulated wall. But why is it here in utilities and not in walls? Don't know, whatever. Automation won't do it. Radiation. Oh, radiation lamp. Forgot about that. Can make a uranium radiation lamp. Must be built against a wall. Left or right as well, so it's not in a good spot for that. I don't want to rearrange things just for it. But it probably gives, you know, a good amount of radiation for all the purposes. It doesn't show like an area or anything. No, I mean the bugs might be enough over time. What I was curious about was, we just make an airflow uranium tile under this, I guess. A uranium airflow tile in the middle of that room. Why not? Which, actually missing a couple of airflow tiles. We'll make copper ones in that room. Don't want them in that room because that's supposed to be sealed. That room is missing a couple. No, it's not. We want that room sealed as well. These rooms up here are missing because they're new. There. It's a bit premature to do that, actually. It's just there and there. That's fine. Fantastic Loki. Hello. Welcome in. I have to adjust your EQ so you can understand me. So I'm so low. That's interesting. And weird, I think. I don't know. It's usually okay. Maybe I'm a bit husky today, who knows? Sore throat, perhaps. Gained all those wires and stuff. Sure. You can see what they're costing. The sub is blowing out. How weird. The voice is adjusted ever so slightly, but not like that. I'll try and be a bit more squeaky for you. Why are they not building? Oh, they are. They're just taking their time. Sure. So made airflow tiles. I can't see a difference. But these ones were made out of uranium ore, and it does say that in the tooltip. And on the radiation level? No. The radiation from the shine bugs is coming through the tiles, which is interesting. So as well as letting through air, they let through radiation. But they're not emitting their own just because they're made out of uranium ore. Which, you know, interesting to know, but there you go, they don't. Just going to change that back to regular tile because it should be. Maybe we'll get some of the uranium back, I don't know. Yeah. Just need to adjust the EQ, yeah. Had a base boost. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, a bit funny though. Still not getting very far on that. I think we should do something about that. Let's dig in from the top. Then they can go and build that ladder without suffocating, maybe, possibly. Yeah, we'll see. Still can't tidy that up. It's better now, I can hear better. Have to change it back next time you're listening to someone with a high-pitched voice though. Good for there. The pipes are flowing now, and that does seem to be working better since we shut the door off. And actually better than we've had that designed ever before, that little... I guess it's an oxygen generator is what it is. Initially started as trying to make power, but yeah, now it's about feeding oxygen. She's going fine. Good. That has released all the water from here and made a big mess in the process. Let's I know, if I mop it up, they have to come and pick the bottles up, so I don't really want to mop it up. Should we just leave it there? I think we just leave it there. That's fine. What I will do, though, is block it off, because there's a lot of polluted oxygen below there. So we'll just come and block that off there. And then once that's all flown through the system, we can block it off here in the middle somewhere as well. Only problem is I've fed way too much into the system. That vent can't vent anymore because we've blocked it up with what's flowing in. We need to get it sieved, which it is sieving. And it does combine the blobs, which is lovely. Get a half blob from each and it just turns them into full ones. It comes and spits them into here, which is great, and that is filling. It'll just take a bit of time, I guess, but it'll get through all that eventually. That'll be fine. We'll leave them to it. Radbolt wise, this is what it's making. It doesn't have any, so if there's none in the terminal. It's collecting radbolts, but it's not charging on that bit over there. Chosen a direction. Releases a radbolt when we hit 50. How many have we got now? I swear that's what it is down here. Yeah, because if I change the number, it changes it. It's collecting 2 per cycle, but we have none. We should have some. Don't know what the deal is there. It looks like one of the shine bugs that was in here has died or escaped somehow. So we need the new ones to be born, I guess. We need a better source of radiation, but I don't want to rearrange to make that lamp, and it probably requires a lot of power that we don't have, so I think that's a future issue. The shine bugs will have to do the job slowly. So printables. Don't want people, but 8,500 calories of omelette. Sounds pretty nice. Laptop can't handle anything. Freezing and locking up. Firefox on Twitch. Twitch is not the best of platforms for, you know, smoothness. There's so many like errors and issues with it. This new thing recently where I'll open a stream, it'll play an ad, and then it'll just load a still image, not a video of the stream. So I have to refresh, and then it plays the ad again. And then sometimes we get a video in the end, but not always. It's just not the best, you know. So when you're on, you know, if you're on a platform that isn't handling it very well, I can understand it being just a bit rubbish. Shouldn't lock up the computer. No, but it can. You'd hope it wouldn't, or you know, that your laptop can handle a browser with a video playing, but sometimes it can't. Oh, we have a problem here. Insufficient power to illuminate the crops because I've plugged this radbolt generator in. We should not allow that to be a thing, but I don't have an alternate power source. Well, I guess I do, and I hate it, but best thing to do is to put it on its own network. So we'll have, I guess we need a battery as well for it to function. It's going to have to be a little one with the amount of space I've left there. Oops. Oh well. Yeah. Oh well. we need to make sure the food keeps growing and the grill is powered and whatever. We can't have this generator killing it, but we do need a better power source than a bunch of manual generators powering the entire base. I mean, if people have got nothing else to do, then whatever, you know, we're powering the base, it's all good, but it's not ideal. Really not. Why not just use a small or two for alternate power? Because they don't make surplus power to a relevant level. So this is a self-powered oxygen maker, and the clue's kind of in the name. It makes oxygen, it doesn't make power. I don't see... I think there is a theoretical way you could do this without the gas filter. Like in theory. So if we imagined that was possible, you've got 240, 240 and 120, so you've got 600 watts of power drawing from here, and you're making 800 from the generator. So you're taking up like this much space to make 200 watts. It's not an efficient way to make power when you can make 400 watts with this much space and a dupe. A lot more coal would solve our issue. Like, a lot more. We've had an extra hatchling hatch. Oh, but they now feel cramped? Damn. The room will become crowded when nearby eggs hatch. Okay, so at the moment it's okay. It's cramped but not crowded. The selected critter has slowed its reproduction to prevent overpopulation. Well, that's nice, that's helpful. But still, when they're born, they're going to be upset. I don't know how we control that. No idea how we control that. Maybe they're just going to have to be upset by being cramped, and so be it. If that affects our coal production rate, I'd be annoyed, but if not, we'll just leave them to it. You've piped output, so I don't need to power a pump and filter. So we get some headroom. Piped output, so you don't need to power a pump. Oh, from the electrolyzer. Is that... I assume that's a mod then. Or something I'm missing. Because yeah, it can't be... By default it can't be piped out. You have to collect the gas from the room. A mod called piped out. Fair enough, yep. Yeah, I mean in that case, yeah, would absolutely... If you can save the power from the pump and filter especially. 360 watts there at the moment, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It also, like, that makes a lot of sense for the output of the electrolyzer to be pumped. Like, it's a very technical piece of equipment, an electrolyzer. So, like, why the output has to be spat into the atmosphere, I don't really get. We should get threshold walls mod. What's threshold walls do then? Sounds interesting. It's fine, that's blocked. That's moving, that's slowly happening. He's cooking and enjoying it from the looks of it. Oh, our dining room could be built. Why don't we do that? Not much else going on in the base at the moment. I don't know if they like them all just in a line like that. We mess table adds to decoration, so it's actually good. That's fine then. We probably want doors, so to call it a dining room. And that's a thing. And it might make them happy if we make more decoration. We can do a few bits of granite in the corner, don't mind that. Nothing special, but there we go. Oh, a large sculpting block. Okay, we'll have some large sculptures on the entrance to this room then. Sure. Sounds good. It's a wall in the later research trees of automation lets you toggle rooms. Interesting. Toggle the room. Use it to let your hatch farm never be overcrowded since the room toggles on when they need groomed and off. I see. Because this is a... what's the word? A stable. That's why it's overcrowded, you're saying? So if I Like if this wasn't a stable, it was just a miscellaneous room. They would... Oh no, that's interesting. What if we got rid of the door? Hatches can't climb, right? Like if we just... Instead of the airflow tile, we had an open gap, and instead of the door, we had tile. Our guys can jump over the tiles, but the hatches can't jump over a too high tile. And then, instead of being a room this big, it's a room the size of the entire base, and they might not be concerned about crowding, because it depends on how they measure that. Not sure. Handy for other rooms to subtract tiles from tile count. Interestingly, yeah. These have to more gen supported by the power station at one time. Interesting. Grooming station is only usable in the room. Ah. So they wouldn't get groomed unless it is a stable. But I mean, all it would do is, so instead of being a miscellaneous room, this would become a stable. No. Because there are limitations, right? Yeah. A stable can be a maximum of 96 tiles. So, yeah, it wouldn't work. If we knocked a hole in the floor, it might work. Because it's currently 48 tiles. So if it had the room below it as well, that would double the size. I don't know. You think it changed recently and they can jump 2 tiles. Damn. I mean, we could block that off and create a ladder from above. I assume they can't climb a ladder, but maybe they can. I don't know. They also might just not leave, you know? Because this is where they get fed, so we can just leave the door open and it'll be okay. I don't know. Really don't know. We, you know, when we're in a bit of a safer position with the power supply, we can play around with stuff like that. But for now, I need the coal. Ooh. Something happened. We've stopped electrolyzing. There's water available. Yeah. There's water. They ran out of power. The only way they could run out of power is if they run out of hydrogen. The only way they run out of hydrogen is if they run out of water. They haven't run out of water. Nope. But it drained the entire battery and... Okay. We're going to make some changes in here then. I don't really have time to set it up today. We've gone very long. I need to wrap things up. But I'm going to lay it out and we'll configure it next time. But I want to have a smart battery. There. And a manual generator. Deconstruct that battery. And wire them in. So if the... Not sure how we'll set that up. That could be wrong anyway. We may need to deconstruct and rebuild. That's fine. I just want to lay it out there to remind me next time. We need... What I want to happen is they'll come in and use the manual generator if the battery level hits nothing. I don't think we need a smart battery for that, actually. Thinking about it, I think you can just use a... Again, they're probably safe in the room because it's probably full of oxygen, but we don't really want them opening the door, so we could put it in the room above. Wire it in. And I think when it's built you can control it. Let's do it and find out. Not a problem you're expecting. I don't know what happened down here, why that happened. It seemed to be flying very, very well. And if the gas flow got interrupted up here, like too much pressure, that's not what I would have thought would happen, like a power cut. No, I would have expected the room to pressurize more than this. Don't know how you really tell. Space radiators are so cold from not running liquid through the cooling loop. Things might freeze and break. Oh, scary. Right, so he's running. It's not enough to power everything, but it should be enough to get a bit of hydrogen that kickstarts it. Should be. Not plumbing, ventilation. There we go, and everything's moving fine. Oh. I know what would stop it. A power cut to the water pump would temporarily stop it. Which could be long enough. Because there's no buffer of water involved. We've buffered everything else, but not the water. Interesting. That's probably what happened. What I want to do... Yeah, here we go. Just a basic generator can say, only come and run on the manual generator if the power in the battery is empty completely. Maybe we'll go with like 10%. I don't want them coming all the time, so yeah, that's fine. But yeah, that's probably a water supply issue because we don't have the power feeding that well enough, so we need to address the power issue, but also potentially we would want to buffer the water input here, so if the flow stops, it's still supplying a little bit, maybe? Don't know. Fine, we're still not... We don't appear to be generating rad bolts still, even though it says it is. Oh. If it loses power, it loses all of its built-up rad bolts. And it's losing power all the time because we're not actually generating enough there. So yeah, figure that. We're going to have to sort something else out there. We're going to print none of them. And we're going to save the game because I could be here all night if I don't stop myself. You know what I'm like. When I get my brain stuck into processes like this that are very interesting, but also kind of that frustrating thing where you're just constantly chasing yourself. But oh well. Thank you very much for joining me today, everyone who has stopped by, everyone who's having a little chat today. Really appreciate that. And anyone, of course, catching the video later. Very much appreciated. Thank you.